Once again, Grand Prix testing out on the Lawrence race course right now. On your screen, going down the backstretch, that's 212 Silco Racing. Eric Longevin, he's had a really good season, has Eric. Finished a lot of heats, he's been in contention. Hasn't yet got that victory here in 2026, but the motor is looking really good. As he is coming across our finish line. He heads down to turn number 1. We're going down the backstretch. As we've talked about a little bit, that's the 71 Wildwood. Normally driven by Andrew Tateman. Andrew's out in Seattle, Washington, campaigning in the H1 Unlimited Series. So Bert Henderson behind the wheel this weekend as he returns to a seat he's very comfortable with in that GP71 the Wildwood. He's out of Breckville, Ontario. He drives for Dewey Newport out of Cincinnati, Ohio. Timing run down into turn number 1 as well. Remember, this is GP testing. Boats come out to do about 4, 5, 6 laps. However, they want to do it about a 5-minute window. Good shot of both boats going down the backstretch as Longevin will go to the outside of Henderson. There's only 5 boats here this weekend. We are doing a round-robin format. So after testing about 2 hours from now, we'll have Grand Prix time trials. Time trials is set to field. Henderson blew it hard down into turn number 1 that time. He's trying to get back more comfortable. I know he did have a testing session here in Tonawanda a couple of days ago, but he has campaigned this boat before. He's been behind the wheel of this particular Grand Prix Hydroplane, so he should be very comfortable with this boat. Bert looks really strong coming up the third. As we said, the 71 normally campaigned by Andrew Taylor in South Seattle, Washington. Driver 91 WR Racing. Scratchford out in Seattle, Washington. Wind's starting to pick up just a little bit here today. We weren't expecting this, but it's starting to pick up just a little bit. One more round of Grand Prix testing for you. It'll be the 757 Canada boy. Of course, brother Kent. He'll be making his way out here just in a few minutes. After Grand Prix testing is over, we'll get into our qualification races for the weekend. Here in the Hydroplane Racing League, everything culminates to a Sunday final. You have to get through 3 rounds of qualification heats to make your way into that Sunday final. And we'll start that here in just a few minutes after this final Grand Prix testing session. We'll have Formula F, and then Formula R, and then it'll be Grand Prix time trials after that. So coming up next, Kent Henderson will come out in the 757 Canada boy for his testing session. All right, green flag is on the race course, so Kent Henderson, when he is ready, we'll get the 757 Canada Boy fired up and out on the race course for his testing session. As we said, with 5 Grand Prix hydroplanes here this weekend, we are going to run a round-robin format. After Grand Prix time trials, that'll set the field, and we'll have 3 go out in the first qualifier, and then we'll have 4 for the qualifier number 2, number 3, and number 4, and then a 5-boat final Sunday afternoon. Here comes Kent, bringing the 757 out of the pit area. Kent comes to us from Rockville, Ontario, Canada. He drives for Mario Blade, the 7517 Canada Boy out of Valleyfield, Quebec. They have done a tremendous job. They currently sit at the top of the points ladder coming in the weekend here. Kent's done a great job driving that boat. Got a 3rd place finish at the Valleyfield Regatta a couple weeks back. As we said, when the boats come out, especially Grand Prix, they'll come out and do a slow, at least 1, maybe 1.5 to 2 warm-up laps. So you gotta get the oil temperatures up. You can't just come out of the pit area and gun it down to turn number 1. Good opportunity to see the boats up close, going at a slower pace than normally would as they come up to turn number 2. Kent starts picking up just a little bit as he goes down here into turn number 1. And then he'll probably do 2 or 3 hard laps to make sure everything's running well, and then he'll bring the kettle back to the pit area. Grand Prix testing, finishing up here with Kent Henderson on the water in the Canada. Still see Kent taking his time down the backstretch. Inside the cockpit to let him know when the temps are up and start go a little bit stronger as he comes to turn number 2 right now. Only 2 turns here in inboard hydroplane racing. Where Kent is right now is turn number 2. We'll come down here to start finish line and fly down to turn number 1. We'll have an entrance finish exit. Get up on the exit and finish down here to start finish. That really strong 7.5 mile an hour current down the backstretch. Really climb. Really accelerate off the street down to the start finish line. Got a nice hard lap there. It stays on it as he heads down into 1. You can hear him feathering that throttle just a little bit as he gets down into turn number 1. These Grand Prix boats do have restrictor plate on them. Basically, they'll get to a point where they max out the number of RPMs. They can set that before they go out of the water. Say maybe we only want to run 9,000 RPM here this evening, and that regulator will step on and come on and restrict them from going over that. That protects Kent doing a timing run right now. He just hit the entrance of 2 and recorded. His spotter is going to give him time and he can get to that entrance of 2. Finish line. Now you can hear him back off. That's a tactic that will be used in inboard hydroplane racing to make sure that they can time themselves from that buoy to start finish line. So when we start racing, it'll be a 5-minute countdown clock prior to the heat. The other goal at that start finish line when the clock hits 0. So that's why these guys do timing runs during the warm-up period. So here with a free testing session, it gives them an opportunity to do that. Not anybody else on the race course gives them a true timing mark wherever they will decide to start from. So Kent's going to bring the Canada Boy back to the pit area. Successful testing session for all our Grand Prix hydros. They're all 5 of them went out, and all 5 of them came back. That's a good sign. Coming up next, we'll go Formula F Racing. Our first heats of the day at the 2026 Thunder on the Niagara. Coming up here in just a few. All right, for our fans on the shoreline and those listening and tuning in live on our HRL YouTube page, welcome to the 2026 Thunder on the Niagara. We just completed Grand Prix testing, and we're getting ready to go with our first heats of the day, which will be Formula F. We'll run Heat 1A, 1B, 4 boats in each qualification heat. Formula F will start today. Then we'll go Formula R, which is our rookie class. Got 5 boats in Heat 1A, 6 boats in Heat 1B, and then we'll come right back with Grand Prix time trials after that. So Grand Prix teams, you got about an hour to get your boats ready to go for Grand Prix time trial. After Grand Prix time trial, we'll go with our H350. H350, we got 4 rounds of qualifiers today. Got 17 boats here this weekend, so we'll have 5 in 1A, and then we'll have 4 in 1B, 1C, and 1D. And then it'll be time for do it all again. We'll just completely rerun the schedule for a second time here today. So lots of racing for you to go here this morning into the afternoon. Coming up next, Formula F. Coming up here in just a few seconds. Thank you so much for coming out to the 2026 Thunder on the Niagara. My name is John Terry. It's great to be back here with you this weekend. I've been back here for about, I think this is my 4th year coming back. I did this back in the 2012, 13, 14 time frame. And then I was welcomed back a couple years ago as part of the HRL team. It's the 5th of 6 stops on the Hydroplane Racing League circuit here in 2026. We'll close the season in a few weeks in Beauharnois, Quebec. This is race number 5 with points accumulating throughout the season. So coming up next, Formula F, qualifier 1A. And once the boats come out on the water, we'll tell you a little bit more about Formula F and where everybody stands in the points standings coming up for you here in just a few. Formula F coming up next.
Love hockey? Check out bet99.net.
All right, getting word from the pit area that we're getting our last boat in for the first qualification rounds for Formula F. And as soon as that boat is in and the driver's strapped, we'll be ready to go. Formula F, they'll come out of the water. We'll do the 5-minute warm-up period. They'll come out on the race course for the 5-minute warm-up period. During that period, you'll see timing runs. They'll get into their predetermined lanes. Lanes are based off of point standings that have accrued throughout the season. You can follow all this if you get the HRL app. You can check it out there with the point standings, the lane assignments, and everything. I suggest that you download that. Coming into the weekend, Eddie Canfouche, who we'll see here in our first qualifier, Heat 1A, from right across the river in Grand Island. Eddie has a comfortable 46-point advantage coming into the weekend over top of the 92, the Tenacity team, driven this weekend by Chris Venaris. Chris is substituted in for his brother-in-law, John Shaw. John's out in Seattle, Washington, campaigning a Grand Prix hydroplane out there at Seattle Seafair. Ken Brody III currently sits in third place in points in the F50, the Senseless 16. And Kevin Smith having a great season, currently in fourth position in the 26 Dreamweaver. So we'll see Eddie Canfouche out here first in Heat 1A, the local driver, won here last year in the 2025 Thunder on the Niagara, and I am sure he would love to win here once again. So he'll be out in the first qualifier, along with Kevin Smith, Matisse Gabriel Chashawn, and Austin Hayes back behind the wheel at the 35. The Jones Junction presents the TM Special. Will also be out in Heat 1A. Just got the notice that we are on standby. Mark, there is green flag on the race course. I'll come over. No. It's all right. Alright, first boats making their way out for first heat of the day. Formula F qualifier number 1. All the boats in Formula F except for one are campaigning the Honda K20. Kevin Smith is the lone Ford 2300. These boats can do speeds upwards of 110 miles an hour, but we'll probably see them top out right around 100 on the straightaways here in North Tonawanda. All four have made their way out. You can see the clock is at 4 minutes to the start. And during this warm-up period, as I said, boats come out of the race course. You'll see them do a few timing runs. They'll pick a buoy here in turn number 2 and then come flying down here to start-finish line. As you see Kevin Smith doing that right now. He's in that orange checkerboard cowling. He's out of Peabody, Massachusetts. Kevin Smith is a 26-3 winner. He's followed up by Austin Hayes out of Clarkston, Michigan, driving the 35 this weekend. The TF Special. Go to the inside, that's Red on New York's Eddie Campbell and the F-16 the Viper. Go to the outside, the 57 with TC Gabriel Chason out of Valleyfield, Quebec. So all 4 boats have made the call. Every boat is required to come out of the pit area, go a lap around 1 time, and then come across start finish line and check in with head official Steve Armstrong this weekend. 3 minutes to the start, 3 minutes away. First seed of the day, Heat 1A, Formula F. As we said, coming into the weekend, Eddie Campbell currently has a 46-point advantage over top of the Tenacity team. John Shaw, the normal driver, driven this weekend by Chris Finaris. So Eddie almost has a 2-heat advantage. You get 25 points for a victory here in the Hydroplane Racing League, 21 for second, 18 for third, 15 for fourth. So every point matters as we work our way not only through the weekend, but the entire season. 2 minutes, 27 seconds, 2:27 to start. Now these smaller boats, 16 feet in length, 8.5 foot wide. This Niagara River sometimes is rough on these smaller crafts. This should be okay. Nice racing conditions here as we get the day started this morning. 1:57 to the start, 1:57 away. As we said during this 5-minute warm-up, the guys that are new to the race course with new timing runs, guys that have been here before probably just double-checking their timing marks. And the ultimate goal is to be here at that start-finish line, which is that checkerboard buoy right across from the judges' stand at 0. So we're 1:30 from that point. Lanes predetermined based off the point totals. So these boats on the water right now are your first place, 4th place, 5th place, 8th place boats in the standings. Just about a minute away, 1:03 from the start. Formula F qualifier 1A. Guys will run 3 qualification heats over the weekend. We'll run 2 qualifiers today. They'll run a 3rd qualifier tomorrow morning. And then we'll have an 8-boat final tomorrow afternoon. So you may ask why you run the qualifiers. You run the qualifiers to determine the lanes for the final. The top point getters will have the inside lanes going into that final tomorrow afternoon. So we're 30 seconds from the start. You can see everybody starting to get lined up. On the backstretch, Eddie Campbell, the F-16, the Viper. He'll have lane number 1 as he comes into the weekend, the top point getter in the 2026 season. To his outside will be Kevin Smith in the 26, the Dreamweaver. Matisse Gabriel Chason will be in lane number 3, and then Austin Hayes on the outside in the 35. Joe Junctions presents the TF Special will be in lane number 4 as we are 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Clark, like a clean start from here as Matisse Gabriel Chason runs the line first, but Austin Hayes getting a nice one on the outside. And everybody got to hold their lane all the way through the apex of turn number 1. So that'll allow Eddie Campbell to use that inside, that shorter way around to his advantage. Makes up a lot of ground through that turn number 1, and he will be your leader off the exit pit. So Campbell leads. Austin Hayes having a great run from lane number 4. Currently up in 2nd position. Kevin Smith in 3rd. Matisse Gabriel Chason back to 4th. We head down into turn number 2 on lap number 1. We go 5 times around here in Formula F qualifiers, and it's Eddie Campbell at a Grand Isle, New York, your leader. Getting work with the officials, a clean start. Everybody was clean wet start, so Eddie leads already opened up by about 2 tails. Austin Hayes tries to walk to 35. In 2nd position, Kevin Smith in 3rd, Matisse Gabriel Chason in 4th. About a rooster tail separates everybody as they go through the apex of turn number 1 here on lap number 2. And Eddie Catfish heads down the backstretch. And he's had a tremendous 2026 for Valleyfield winner. Both Friday and Sunday finals in Valleyfield looking really good for the apex of turn number 2 here on lap 2. Austin Hayes back behind the wheel at 35 this weekend, looking really nice for the apex of 2 as well. So 2 down, 3 to go. You're in Formula F qualifier 1A. Eddie Catfish had a grand down on the short Kevin is the only boat in the Formula F running the Ford, and he's done a great job here, currently sitting in 4th place in the season total point standing, having a great run in 3rd here in the first qualifier of the weekend. We're halfway through qualifier 1A for the Formula F class, and it's all Eddie Catfish, opened up by about 3/4 steps now as he heads down into turn number 2 here on lap number 3. Catfish will try to complete lap 3. It'll be 3 down, 2 to go. Here Formula F qualifier 1A. Clarkson, Michigan runs in 2nd. Kevin Smith runs in 3rd. Timothy Gabriel Jason runs in 4th. 3 down, 2 to go, and then again, turn number 1. Nice, comfortable 3 roost tail advantage over top of Austin Hayes running back in 2nd. So we're 3.5 in and 1.5 to go here in Formula F qualifier 1A. And Eddie Catfish has led since the get-go as he comes to the apex of turn number 2 here on lap number 3. So we're out of good race. Lap 4, 4 down, 1 to go. White flag being displayed on the race course. 1 more circle round. On the 16 and Eddie Catfish. Austin Hayes settling in 2nd. Battle might be for 3rd as Kevin Smith left the lane over towards East Gabriel Jason to move up on his inside in that 3rd place battle. Smith will hold on to 3rd right now, but he's got 1 more lap to hold on to Jason. Remember, every point matters here in the qualifiers as they head down into turn number 1. That's the best battle on the race course right now between Smith on the outside and Jason on the inside. But coming off of turn number 2, it'll be the checkered flag this time by Eddie Catfish at a grand down New York. The 16, the Viper, your unofficial winner of Heat 1A for the Formula F. 2nd place, Austin Hayes. Nice run for Austin. And the Junction presents the 35, the TM Special Look in 2nd. Matisse Gabriel Jason is moved up on the inside of Kevin Smith, and those two will drag race off the exit of 2 down here to start finish. And it looks like Matisse Gabriel Jason will have a nice run to get 3rd place points and 4th. Go to Kevin Smith. So that's how it works. We go 5 times around the race course here in all the smaller classes, 4 laps in the Grand Prix Hydro. Formula F, Formula R, and HQ50 will go 5 times around. It's all on timing. You saw Eddie hit that start right as the clock hit 0, and he led wire to wire here in qualifier 1A. So the boats make their way back to the pit area, and as soon as they get settled, we'll get ready to go in Heat 1B. Formula F, it'll see Chris Venaris back behind the wheel of the 92 Tenacity, the 50 of Ken Brody III, the Happy Sonny and Mark Lecomte, and the 38 Adam Carruthers in the Heron Trucker Racing will be the 4 boats out the next qualifying round of Formula F. All right, second heat of Formula F making their way out of the pit area. Heat 1B. Let's come out of the pit area, go around the race course one time, and come across here to start finish line and check in with the score. 4:15 from the start. As you saw in that first heat of the day, everything's based off a timing march. You want to be here at that checkerboard buoy when that clock hits 0. We're 4 minutes from it. Just waiting on the 555 Happy Sunday to make his way out. Mark McConk's had a good season in that 555. Hopefully he can get off the dock. It looks like he's starting to make his way out of the pit area now. So all 4 boats coming out onto the race course. Qualifier 1B for the Formula F class. All 4 boats in this heat do have the Honda K20 power boat. First boat on the inside, that's the Tenacity, driven this weekend by Chris Venaris out of Delaware. Chris is substitute driving for his brother-in-law John Shaw, who's out in Seattle, Washington, campaigning the GP 135 in the Cat Motorsports out in Seattle. He was brought up by Adam Carruthers from the outside. In the 555 of Marlon Compton, the 50 just came across. Senseless Racing sponsored F50 of Ken Brody, the third out of Grand Isle, New York. So all 4 boats have made the call here. We are 2:58 from the start. Heat 1B, Formula F. Coming into the weekend, I said it's a 46-point advantage for Eddie Campush over top of the Tenacity team. So Chris has just got to do his part this weekend and finish all the heats. Can maintain that points gap. That is your defending HRL champion in that 92. Here's the Happy Sunday and Marlon Cobb coming across our finish line. Mark's done a good job campaigning that 555 here in 2026. They've had some different drivers in that boat over the years, and Mark seems to have found a home. Driving that 555 Happy Sunday. Ready to third, heads down into turn number 1 in the F50. .143 from the start, 143 away. Formula F Heat 1B. Everybody has done their timing runs, and they'll start to settle down into turn number 1. Up a little bit earlier than they probably want to be, but with the predetermined lanes, they don't have to worry about fighting for lanes or anything like that. Their lanes are determined based off of the points that they've accrued throughout the 2026 season. So in the first qualification rounds, it's based off your points. Then we'll reverse it. So if you had lane number 1 here in the first round of qualifiers this afternoon, the second round, you'll be on the outside in lane number 4. So flip-flops, and then tomorrow will be based off your points that you have scored today to determine your lane assignments. 47 seconds to the start. Everybody in a pretty good spot, so we'll get them lined up for you. Inside in lane number 1, Chris Venaris back behind the wheel of the 92 Tenacity. Drives for Al Thompson out of seat for Delaware. Chris is substitute driving this weekend for John Shaw, who have lane number 1. Lane number 2 will be the 50. Kept ready to third from right across the river in Grand Isle. Senseless Racing F50. The 555, the yellow boat, Happy Sunday, Marlon Cobb will be at lane number 3. And on the outside out of Rexton, New Brunswick will be the 38, the Heron Choker Racing and Adam Carruthers. So we're 10 seconds from the start. Heat 1B, Formula F is 7, 6, 5, 3, 2, 1. Spark. It's a clean start. Everybody legal on that one. As Chris Venaris will lead him across our finish line down into turn number 1. Venaris leads, but everybody going to hold their lane all the way through the apex of turn number 1. And a nice turn for Venaris, and he brings the 92 through the apex of 1. And he's already opened up by about 3 or 4 boat lengths. So Chris Venaris will set sail down the backstretch with about a 3 boat length advantage. Mark Cop with a nice run from lane number 3 is up to second position. Adam Carruthers up to third, and Kemper in third, back to fourth. They head down here into turn number 2 on lap number 15. And it's Chris Venaris, longtime import hydroplane racer from the West Coast. Chris from Seattle, Washington area, has moved to the East Coast here in the last 2 years. And he's running really well here in the 92 Tenacity as he leads lap number 1. One down, 4 to go. Venaris leads. The top runs in second, battle for third. Between the 38 on the outside and Kemper in the third, and the 50 on the inside. As those two battled out for third position here on lap number 2. So Venaris is your leader down the backstretch. We'll call it about a rooster tail, almost 2 rooster tail advantage. The top of Marlon Cobb running back in second. The 92 Tenacity is your leader. Marlon Cobb running in second. Still a battle for third between the 50 and the 38. As Kemper in the third is moved up on the inside. Adam Carruthers, they come around and complete lap number 2. 2 down, 3 to go here in fourth lap qualifier 1B for Chris Venaris. Chris says Dale's already up to about 3 Dale. Gets down into turn number 1. Marlon Cobb currently running in second. Kemper in the third is up to third. And Adam Carruthers is falling back to fourth. And the 38 here in German Racing, unfortunately, back to fourth position for Adam. So halfway through qualifier 1B. Formula F. Chris Venaris takes a pretty big hop down in the turn. Got it going all this way. Come off the exit through turn 2. Between lap number 3. So 3 down, 3 to go for Chris. Does really well in that 92 Tenacity motor. Has been over already once this season in Rockville. Running really well here in North Tonawanda. And we jumped up by almost half a straightaway over top of Marlon Cobb running in second. And Adam Carruthers in fourth. But off the exit of 1 here on lap number 4, Chris Venaris back in the boat. He campaigned the boat here last year as well. On this tough Niagara race course, and Chris is doing a good job. He has to turn number 2. We're at a complete lap. White flag being displayed. 1 more lap round. The 92 Chris Venaris. 555 and Marlon Cobb. Kemper in the third. Seems like his power is back up. He's made up a little bit of ground in that third position. He's off the pace on that first lap, but now we see here. He gets down into turn number 1, trying to make up ground on Marlon Cobb. And Adam Carruthers back to fourth. As they come through the apex of 1, everybody pretty evenly spread out. But back to your leader down into turn number 2. Chris Venaris back behind the wheel of the 92 Tenacity, trying to stay in arm's length of that point lead. He'll come off the exit of turn number 2. The checker flag waves. Your unofficial winner, Heat 1B, Chris Venaris in the 92 Tenacity. Second place, good run. And that 555 Happy Sunny team, they're going to be happy about that. Nice second place run. Marlon Cobb. Senseless Racing, Kemper in the third, will get third. And Adam Carruthers will round out the field. So it's still a 46-point advantage as both the 92 and the 16 get first place in points. Both teams will get 25 points here in the first round of qualifiers. Coming up next, we'll go to our rookie class. The Formula R racers will be on the water next. All right, 5-minute gun for Formula R Heat 1A. Has sounded, so the boats will start making their way out of the pit area for their first round of qualifiers of the weekend. Lucas DeRoche, the green boat coming out of the pit area, he's currently at the top of the points ladder in the 104, the D-Rock Racing. He's followed up by Garrett Huff, driving the 11, it's totally chaotic. 13 to Alex Carron. Youngest drivers in the sport, the young lady out of Valleyfield, stepping up from the novice class in 2025 behind the wheel of a Formula R boat here in 2026. She's done a great job learning the ropes in that pink and white 13. The next boat out, Remy Bovelin in the 91. Waiting on the 86 of JPGA, and I see him starting to make his way out of the pit area right now. So all 5 boats for Heat 1A Formula R have made the call here for Heat 1A as the 2026 Thunder. As I said, Formula R and Formula F are the exact same boats. It's just experience levels that are different. The drivers here in Formula R have limited experience, whether it be their first year in the boat, or maybe it's their second, or even maybe their third year. Just limited experience. If you win the Formula R championship, you do get promoted to Formula F for 2027. It's a good learning opportunity for the guys and gals in this particular class. Great opportunity for them to come out and get some speed time and complete some class. JPGA coming by in the 86. Low profile boat coming across our finish line right now. He's had it up and down 2026. Wind starting to blow right down the back stretches. These guys are going to have to be really careful going into turn number 2. Here on the Mighty Niagara. We're 2:18 from the start, 2 minutes 18 seconds away. It's totally chaotic, driven by Garrett Hope out of Brockville, Ontario, comes across start finish line. And 91 of Remy Bovelin. Remy's actually from the country of France. He's campaigned to learn out of the Quebec area, out of Valleyfield for the last 2 years. Lucas DeRoche in the 104 in 2025. Lucas turned that boat over on the extra spin of turn number 2. Last year, hopefully he can keep it upright here this weekend. But he's done a really good job here in 2026 in that one. You can see Remy Bovelin cutting the race course. That's a legal maneuver as long as you come from the back stretch to the front stretch. In between the start and finish line and the end spin of turn number 1. And Remy did that because he was off on his timing marks. So he wanted to get that boat in the right position. As we're 1:18 from the start. Team 1A, Formula R, is 1:12 from the start of their first qualifier of the weekend. As I stated during the Formula F class, here in the first round of qualifiers, the top point getters coming into the weekend have the inside, the more preferred lanes. When we come out for the second round of qualifiers later this afternoon, we'll flip-flop that. Your faster boats will be on the outside. Always the most competitive heats of the weekend. Second and third round of qualifiers because it was faster, would-be faster boats on the outside. As we're 35 seconds to the start, we'll get them lined up for you going down the backstretch. In lane number 1 will be the green boat, the 104, the D-Rock Racing, and Lucas DeRoche. He'll be in lane number 1. To his outside will be the white and black checkerboard colored 91. Remy Bovelin will be in lane number 2. Lane number 3 will be the orange boat, totally chaotic, the 11, and Garrett Huff. Lane 4 will be the 86, the black and orange of JPBA, and the pink and white of Allison Carron will be on the outside of lane number 5 as we're 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark is tight. We'll have to wait and see as they come across the start finish line. And Remy Bovelin and JPBA are right there together. As they come across the start finish line, head down into turn number 1. Everybody got to hold their lane all the way through the apex of one. You can see Remy got there first from lane number 2. He's your leader, but on his inside, Lucas DeRoche is right there. And the 104, the D-Rock, is there side by side off the exit of turn number 1. So down the backstretch, here on lap number 1, we got position where it was a clean start. Everybody legal at the start. Lucas DeRoche will move up on the inside in the 104 D-Rock Racing. DeRoche leads. Moblin right there on his outside. They'll go up the exit of turn number 1 and come around and complete lap 1. 1 down, 4 to go. Here at 1A, Formula R, and it's DeRoche, your leader, across start finish line. Remy Moblin having a nice run in second. He had a perfect start in that 91. He's in second position. JPTA in third. Alex Caron in fourth. And unfortunately, the totally chaotic and Garrett Huff back in fifth position. But it's Lucas DeRoche down the backstretch. The 104 D-Rock Racing. The leader midway point down the backstretch here on lap number 205. He's already opened up by 2 full wrist tails over Remy Moblin running in second position. Up to the apex of turn number 2 to come around and complete lap 2. It'll be 2 down and 3 to go. Here in Formula R Heat 1A, and it's Lucas DeRoche. Leader across our finish line. Second. JPTA runs in third. Alex Caron runs in fourth. And Garrett Huff runs in fifth. And the 11, totally chaotic. So everybody pretty evenly spread out here in qualifier 1A. The Formula R class, and it's Lucas DeRoche. We're halfway through. 2.5 in and 2.5 to go. Spotters probably telling him right now, got a really nice advantage, about 3 full wrist tails over top of the 91 back in second. Take it nice and easy, come around and complete these next 2 laps. 3 down, 2 to go. Lucas DeRoche, your leader across our finish line, complete lap number 3. Remy Moblin runs in the third. That'll take up between JPTA on the inside and the young Alex Caron, the young lady out of Valleyfield, running in fourth position, moving up on the outside of JP, trying to make up ground. Up into third place here in qualifier 1A for the Formula R class. And Garrett Huff back in fifth as he comes across start finish line. So Lucas DeRoche down the backstretch with a comfortable advantage. Remy still runs in second, and the battle is for third. Between Alex Caron, she moves on the outside of JPTA as he falls back to fourth. Nice run for Alice. Staying way up on the outside, out of the way from everybody, running in third. 4 down and 1 to go. The green boat, the D-Rock Racing, and Lucas DeRoche as he comes across start finish line. Remy still runs in second. Nice battle for third. Alex Caron running a really wide race course. Not about lane number 5. She'll bring the 13 across start finish line in third position. Nice run for Alice. And she gets comfortable and comfortable every time she goes out in that boat. She'll head down into turn number 1. Side-by-side battle for third position. But back to turn number 2 for the 5th and final time. 104, D-Rock Racing and Lucas DeRoche. They'll come off the exit of 2, and it'll be the checkered flag this time by. And you're on up with the winner of Heat 1A, the Formula R class, Lucas DeRoche and the 104 D-Rock Racing. The 91. Remy Moblin will come around and get second place points. The battle is still for third. With young Alex Caron on the outside and JPTA on the inside. Alice is going to try to move on the outside, and she will. She'll get third place. Great run for Alice in the 13. Fourth will go to JPTA, and fifth will go to the 11. Totally chaotic. And Garrett Huff. Start was clean. We're going to go look at something that happened in turn number 1 to see if there was anything of an issue during that turn 1. As we saw, Garrett Huff was really off the pace. Wondering if his lane went away down there in turn number 1, so we'll wait to see if they make any calls. The good news is we have drones up top of the race course during the entire race. They said to signal back to the truck and then go to the truck if there's any question of any type of calls during the heat. So our officials will head back there and see if there was any issues in that first lap, turn number 1. But unofficially, your winner, the 104 D-Rock Racing and Lucas DeRoche. Coming up next, Heat 1B, Formula R. All right, for our friends on the shoreline, thank you so much for coming out. You can see over towards the pit area. We're just dropping in our last boat for the Formula R Heat 1B. After Formula R Heat 1B, we're going to go H350 qualifier 1A and 1B, and then we're going to sneak in the Grand Prix time trials. So we had to move the Grand Prix time trials back a couple heats just so they are ready and prepared to go. So it'll be Heat 1A, then Heat 1B, Hydro 350, then Grand Prix time trial. Then we'll come back at Heat 1C and Heat 1D after that. So coming up next, we'll have Heat 1B, Formula R. Should have 6 of them in the water for Heat 1B for Formula R. They'll be coming up next. I want to thank some of our proud sponsors for the 2026 Thunder on the Niagara, including GP50. They're thrilled to welcome you to the 2026 Thunder on the Niagara. They have the Senseless 16, Ken Brody III, the Senseless 15, Aiden Sovey, the Senseless 12, Joe Less, and of course the Grand Prix 50, the Freedom of Ken Brody. 4 boats that make up the Senseless Racing Team, proud sponsors of the 2026 Thunder on the Niagara. I want to thank Blue Ribbon Corp., manufacturer of quality, pressure, temperature, and electronic instrumentation. Blue Ribbon Corporation, proud sponsors of the 2026 Thunder on the Niagara. Anchor Marine Group, Western New York's premier full-service marina. Larry's Truck Repair and Towing, and LTR Rigging and Hauling. I want to thank the Zanger Group, Smart Print Now, proud sponsors of the 26th Thunder on the Niagara. RB Urine Equipment, rental services and parts, 24-hour emergency service serving Western New York since 1929. Pat Forgia, Truck and Auto Collision Incorporated. Custom Exteriors Contracting Incorporated, Tom Rail Contracting, Commercial and Residential. I want to thank GT Supplies Incorporated. GT Supplies says good luck to all our contestants, our supporters all the way from South Florida. Colton RV and Marine, over 600 RVs and boats to choose from. Visit them at coltonrv.com. Northeast Machine and Motor Supply, from right here in Tonawanda, New York, on 71 2 Mile Creek Road. Visit them at northeastmachine.com. Proud sponsors of the GP71 Wild One. And of course, LDC Construction, marine construction, site work, and land clearing, serving all of Western New York since 1973. Family owned and operated by the Dinsmore family, commercial and residential. LDC Construction, proud sponsors of the 2026 Thunder on the Niagara. 5-minute gun is sounded. Heat 1B, Formula R. Start to make their way out of the pit area. Led by the 50 of Aiden Sovey out of Ogdensburg, New York. He's part of that Senseless Racing team. Once again, if you're just tuning or just coming out, just tuning in on our HRL live stream, welcome to the 2026 Thunder on the Niagara. We are currently in the 5-minute warm-up period for Heat 1B for Formula R. Formula R is the old 2.5 liter stock class. Same as we saw with Formula F. Just less experience of the drivers are out here for Formula R competition. You should have 6 of them make the call here for Heat 1B, as we are 3 minutes 32 seconds to the start. Here comes Aiden Sovey down the front stretch in the 50. As I said, Aiden's out of Ogdensburg, New York. He's having a great season, currently sitting in 2nd place in the high point standing. But on the inside is Fresh and Suave in the Inc. 17. 817 of Francis Suave. Boat on the inside there as they head down to turn number 1. The 113 of Marcel Descoteau. Marcel's driven that 113, another one here in 2026. Very competitive. Justin Lasperas in the 910 Hope Racing, the blue and white boat, headed down into turn number 1. And the rookie coming off of turn 2, the 21, Benjamin Leger in the Supernova. Ben has really done a great job here in 2026. He's gotten better and better each and every weekend. Got a heat victory in Valleyfield, ran really well all weekend long. That's a prestigious 86th annual Valleyfield Regatta a couple weeks back. Looking to maintain that momentum in that 21 Supernova. Unfortunately, we've got to scratch the 88, the Fat Boy Racing, and now it's unable to make his way out of the pit area and onto the race course here for Heat 1B. So we'll have 5 of them. Remember, all these boats tried to make their way into that 8-boat final tomorrow afternoon. So you got to try to get as many points as you can through the qualification heats to make it your way into that final tomorrow afternoon. One minute, 42 seconds to the start, 142 away. Formula R qualifier 1B. Watch this 113 boat that is right now on the outside going down to turn number 1. Marcel Descoteau, really does fly that boat. And he'll be up on the outside here in this qualifier. So you'll see him really pushing hard in that 113 from lane number 5. Boat's starting to conjure his way around down here in the turn of number 1. Remember, lanes predetermined based off of the points that they've accrued throughout the 2026 season. Everybody will start to line up down here in turn number 1. Inside in lane number 1 will be Aiden Sovey, the red and white bloke, 50, the Senseless Racing Team. Aiden's out of Ogdensburg, New York. He'll have lane number 1. Lane number 2 will be the 21. Benjamin Leger, the Supernova, the orange and green boat. To his outside, Francis Suave, the 817, the Ford Max Racing, the 910, the blue and white of Justin Lasperas will be on the outside in lane number 4. And then Marcel Descoteau will be way up on the outside. The 113 you see up really early. Out in lane number 5. We're 10 seconds from the start. 7, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. Good start for Aiden Sovey and Ben Leger. They'll break the line first and they'll head down here into turn number 1. Sovey leads. Leger runs in second as they head down here to turn number 1. Those two were right on it at the start. Sovey on the inside and Leger on the outside. The two young drivers will battle out as they come off the exit pit at turn number 1 and head down the backstretch. Clean start from the officials. Nice battle shaping up between these two young drivers. Sovey on the inside and Leger on the outside. As they try walking back and forth down here in turn number 2. Oh! My goodness, Sovey really got out of the water that time. Looked completely out of the water and Aiden was able to keep it right side up as he'll come off the exit of turn number 2 to come around a complete lap number 1. It's Benjamin Leger on the outside and Aiden Sovey on the inside. Side by side dueling here in Heat 1B for the Formula R class. Sovey and Leger running 1-2. Descoteau running up to third position. The 817 to Francis Suave back in fourth position and Justin Lasperas in 5th. But through turn number 1, we are still side by side off the exit pin. It's Benjamin Leger on the outside and Aiden Sovey on the inside. Battling it out here on lap number 2. Into that headwind down here into turn number 2. With a 50 on the inside, the 21 on the outside. Look at Marcel Descoteau making up a lot of ground in that 113. Back to third position. Come around a complete lap number 2. 2 down. 3 to go here on the mighty Niagara River. It's starting to get a little dicey out there between the 21 and the 50. Still side by side battle for the lead as they head down here to turn number 1 on lap number 3. Aiden Sovey on the inside. Marcel Descoteau has made up a lot of ground running in third. Fourth place, the 817 4 Max, and fifth is the 910 Hope Racing as we're halfway through qualifier 1B for the Formula R class, and they are still tied together. Certainly on the inside and the J on the outside. Head down to the turn number 2. Here on lap number 3. Benjamin J is up on a boat lane advantage, but here's where Aiden Serve is able to make up ground as they come off the exit of 2. Aiden will hug the buoy row, make up a little bit of ground, but it's still Benjamin J. A nice run into the 21 Supernova. Feature leader across our finish line. They can lead lap number 3. Sophie and J still side by side. Turn number 1. As Aiden Sophie's on the inside, and F50, the Senseless Racing, and on the outside, the 21, the Supernova, and Benjamin J. Still tied together as they go down the backstretch here on lap number 4. Benjamin J was thinking that a little bit of top end speed over top of Aiden. He's able to move up just a little bit as they head down into the turns, but Aiden's able to make up ground as he hugs the buoy rope for the apex turn number 2. Jay and Sophie side by side, and the white flag this time by. So one more lap around here in a dynamite battle here in Formula R. Heat 1B between Aiden and Sophie on the inside and Benjamin J on the outside. Jay takes the advantage across our finish line to start the fifth and final lap. Marcel Descoteau running back in third position. Fourth is still Francis Love and the 817. And unfortunately, we lost the 910 to Hope Racing in turn number 1. But the leaders come off the exit of 1 here on the fifth and final lap, and Aiden Serby has the advantage. We're going to have a boat lane. Benjamin Leger is right there on his outside. The 2 young drivers moving it out here for 5 laps side by side. They go to the apex turn number 2 here on the fifth and final lap. It's Serby on the inside and Leger on the outside. They will drag race down here to start finish lines. They got really tight as they come off the exit pit. It's Leger and Serby, and it'll be young Benjamin Leger with a great run in the 21 Supernova. He'll get the victory. Aiden Serby with a great run will get second. Marcel Descoteau will get third. Fourth place, we go to the 817, the 4 Max Racing. And unfortunately for Justin Lesperez in the 910 Hope Racing, he's dead in the water off the exit of turn number 1. But how about that one? 5 laps of competitive racing in the Formula R. The young drivers did a great job there. Both Sophie and Leger put on a heck of a show here for 5 full laps side-by-side battle between the 21 and the 50. And Ben Leger will get the victory unofficially in the 21 Supernova. Up next, we'll step it up. We'll go H350 racing. H350's on the race course next for their first 2 sets of qualifiers. So it'll be H350 qualifier 1A, H350 qualifier 1B, and then it'll be Grand Prix time trials stuck in the middle. Coming up next, H350 1A. All right, 5-minute gun has sounded for Heat 1B. 1B, Formula R. I'm sorry, Heat 1A, H350, excuse me. So H350s be making their way out on the race course. 350 cubic inch motors, speeds upwards 125 miles an hour, making their way out onto the race course. First boat out, Eddie Campoose driving the 999, the Black Beast. Eddie was able to campaign that boat for the first time in Valleyfield, did a really good job. Substituting for Eric McKenna. Eric's out with a Achilles tendon issue. Should have 5 H350s make their way out onto the race course here for their first set of qualifications. They'll have 4 sets of qualifiers here at H350. We're going to break it up a little bit. We'll have 1A, 1B, then we'll go Grand Prix time trials in the middle of that. And then we'll come back in 1C and 1D. Their points leader, Nick Roos, in the 225. He has come back to the Hydroplane Racing League. He sat out for 3 years and he's made his way back to competition, and he has done a tremendous job here in 2026, currently sitting at the top of the points ladder in that 225, that green boat coming across our finish line. Here's Eddie Campoose in the 999, the Black Beast. As I was saying a minute ago, Eddie got his first taste of H350 racing in Valleyfield. The 155 just come across our finish line. Miguel LaBouffe in the Zoomerang. Apparently we've got a black flag on the race course. We'll have to see what the issue is with the black flag being displayed on the race course. Black flag indicates that all the drivers must return to the pit area. The officials are pointing at something in the water. Not sure what it might be, but black flag being displayed. So the boats will return to the pit area due to the black flag. And once I get official word of what the reasoning was. What? Oh, pleasure boat. Okay, yeah. All right, so we got word from the official that a pleasure boat was coming on the race course. You can see that Pod 2 boat where our rescue team is going to right now is inside that yellow buoy. So he was actually on the race course. So just a word of advice, if you have a pleasure boat and you're coming out, don't go inside the red, yellow buoys. So unfortunately, due to that, we have to send those guys back to the pit area. We'll have to turn them around, refuel them. We'll see if we want to go with 1A or 1B. But that's what happens when we race on a river. Sometimes boats get inside the race course, and we're going to get him moved off the race course. So for our friends that are watching on the live stream as well, that's the reason for the delay. So unfortunately, we'll get our boats back to the pit area. Get them turned around, maybe put a little bit of fuel in it. Might not have to. They only did about 1, maybe 2 laps tops. So we might be all right. But we get them pleasure boats off the race course. And we'll be able to go back racing for you with Heat 1A for H350. As I was saying, at H350, we stepped it up. 350 cubic inch motor, speeds upwards of 125 miles an hour. We'll probably see them top out around 115 down the straightaways here in North Tonawanda. Very competitive class. We got 17 of them here this weekend. 17 H350s. We run 5 boats in the first qualifier, then 4 boats in qualifier 2, 3, and 4. But a very competitive class with Nick Roos currently sitting at the top of the leaderboard with 225 in the 225. currently sitting at the top of the points ladder. I'm just going to pull that up right now. You can do the same thing if you want to download the Hydroplane Racing League app. I highly suggest you do so. You keep up to date. Yeah, Nick's got a 29-point advantage right now over top of the Dog Nazi. So a full heat advantage over top of the 306 of Tommy Shannon. And Jacob Haynu currently runs in third in the season-long point standings, 45 points back. You get 25 points for a victory. So anytime you have more than 25-point advantage, you're sitting pretty good. So Nick Roos currently has that coming into this weekend. All right, so we'll get these boats turned around, hopefully be ready to go for the rerun of 1A. So unfortunately, a pleasure boat got in our way out on the race course and unable to run with that pleasure boat on the race course. 11:45 is the time. We're getting right through it here. We've done Grand Prix testing. We've done 2 rounds of Formula F qualifiers. We've done 2 rounds of Formula R qualifiers. We're going to run 2 qualification heats, Heat 1A, 1B of H350. Then we're going to go Grand Prix time trial right in between. And we'll come back with 1C and 1D of H350 as well after that. So a full day of racing for you here this afternoon at the 2026 Thunder on the Niagara. Stand by. When we get green flag conditions, we'll let you know, and we'll have boats on the water here in just a second.
Love hockey? Check out bet99.net.
12 and 4, and there's a 50% chance of snow, so we should be okay being Buffalo.
Yeah, we're going to get everything we possibly can in. These guys at the HRL do a great job keeping the heats also. As long as the boats are in the water and the racing conditions are raceable, we'll go racing. Some of your long-time sponsors here, I know, just off the top of my head, you got LDC Construction, Northeast Machine, a couple other guys that you're going to talk about, and obviously across the way.
Yeah, all these guys, I mean, they've been staples in putting this event on. GP50's been around for as long as I've been involved back with the race, and that started back in 2006. But LDC Construction and Northeast Machine now is involved. So without these guys, we wouldn't be putting on the race. So we're looking for additional sponsorships, and anybody wants to, they can go to the nfbra.org site, and the packets are there, and reach out to somebody, or grab any of us in a staff shirt, and we can head you in the right direction.
That's Niagara Frontier Boat Racing Association. They do a great job. I know the guys on the lines are going to go to the park every day. Shout out to them, they do a great job. We thank you, we thank your team. It's always a great event, but it looks like we've got a green flag on the race course for E1A, but thanks so much, John.
Thank you, John.
That's John Krebs, your race director for the 2026 Thunder of the Niagara. If you see John running around here with a yellow shirt, he's a crazy guy, but he does a great job. Alright, so let's try this again, the rerun of Heat 1A. Looks like we got the pleasure boats off the race course, which is important. And we should be ready to go here for 1A as green flag conditions are on the race course. 4 minutes, 20 seconds from the start. Unfortunately got word that the 300, Tom Hugonier, is a scratch. He was able to come out, but then when he got back to the dock area, had a starter issue, what people were telling me. So unfortunately the 300, unable to go, and the return, Tom Hugonier, off to a rough start in that 300 pencil. So hopefully they'll get it fixed. They're ready to go for that second round of qualifiers later on this afternoon. 350 from the start, 350 away. Currently coming through turn number 2, the green and white boat. That's the 225 Nick Roos in the Roos Motorsports out of Valleyfield, Quebec. As I said earlier, Nick is back in the sport after a 3-year hiatus, and he currently sits at the top of the point line. The 155 Zoomerang, the orange and white boat coming across start finish line. Michael LeBoeuf out of Valleyfield, Quebec. Got a story about the LeBoeuf family in a second we can talk about, but here comes Eddie Campus behind the wheel of the 999, the Black Beast. Eddie from Grand Island, New York, right across the river. Eddie's second weekend, driving the 999. He started in Valleyfield for Eric McKenna. Eric's out. He tore his Achilles early in the season, and unfortunately he hasn't been able to drive here in 2026, so he's had some rotating drivers in that boat. But Eddie Kemp, who's just got the seat right now, great opportunity for young Eddie to get some seat time in that 999, the Black Beast. And Mark Lecomte in the 104, the Unit Racing, makes his way out. That boat is probably the oldest boat on the circuit, but he loves this race course. That boat gets through the rough water really well. As we're 2 minutes, 30 seconds from the start. H350 qualifier 1A on the race course here at the 2026 Thunder on the Niagara. As I said, H350s, we got 17 H350s here this weekend. The most competitive class in all of inboard hydroplane racing is the H350s. 17 of them will vie for 7 spots in the final tomorrow afternoon. We'll take the top point getter. He'll automatically qualify. He'll be the only one. So whoever has the most points after the first 3 rounds of qualification heats will make it directly into the final. Everybody else will have to go through the semifinals. So the top point getter will make it in. Then we'll take the next 12 and we'll put them in 2 6-boat qualifiers. 6-boat semifinals, excuse me. And the top 3 in the semifinals will make it into the final. It makes for a very competitive Sunday afternoon. Here comes Michael LeBoeuf at 127 to the start. And LeBoeuf experienced a fire a couple years ago that took all of their equipment. The boat, motors, trailer, everything. They rebuilt literally from the ashes and are back racing here in 2026. So a great story with that 155 Zoomerang team for them to be even on the water here in 2026. 1 minute from the start, 1 minute away, H350 qualifier 1A. And they'll start to line up down here in turn number 1. On the inside, we're the green and white boat, the 225, Nicholas Roos. Out of Valleyfield, Quebec, Canada, he'll have lane number 1. Lane number 2 will be the 155, Michael LaBeouf. In the Zoomerang will be in lane number 2. Lane number 3 will be Eddie Campouche in the 999, the Black Beast. And on the outside, the 104, Munich Racing and Mark Lecoq. He'll be in lane number 4. We're 23 seconds from the start. H350 qualifier heat 1A. Making their way here into turn number 2. Everybody in a pretty good spot. 10 seconds away from the start. Heat 1A. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark, that was tight, but it looked pretty good from here. Nick Bruce will lead it down into turn number 1. Everybody got to hold their lane all the way through the apex of 1. So Roos on the inside, he'll have the advantage as he turns left first. But he's got 2 boats right there to his outside. LaBeouf and Campouche on the outside, and Eddie Campouche gets a great turn. We got a clean start from the officials. Everybody's legal as they head down the backstretch. Eddie Campouche in the 999 from lane number 3. He is your leader down here into turn number 2. Remember, we go 5 times around here in H350 qualifier 1A, and it's Eddie Campouche from lane 3 coming off the exit pit of turn number 2 to come around and complete lap number 1. 1 down, 4 to go. Eddie Campouche for only second weekend driving in the H350 class has got the lead as he heads down here to turn number 1 on lap number 2. Nick Bruce on the inside, the 225 running in second position. Michael LaBeouf runs in third, and Mark Lecoq runs in fourth. They head down the backstretch, and Eddie's opened it up now. Bruce is tail in half down the backstretch here on lap number 2. Over top of Nick Bruce in the 225 as they head down here to turn number 2 on lap number 2. So Campouche leads. Nick Bruce went to the outside, it looks like, of Eddie Campouche's Bruce tail. 2 down, 3 to go. Campouche, the local driver out of Grand Isle, is your leader. Nicholas Roos runs in second. Miguel LaBeouf runs in third. Mark Lecoq runs in fourth. Everybody's starting to get evenly spread out here on the race course. Six qualifier 1A for the H350. And it's Eddie Campouche down the backstretch with a comfortable 2 full Roosetail, almost 3 Roosetail advantage now as he heads down into turn number 2 on lap number 3. So Campouche driving the 999 Black Beast for Eric McKenna will come off the exit pit and complete lap number 3. 3 down, 2 to go here in qualifier 1A for the H350. Nicholas Roos runs in second in the 225. Third position, Miguel LaBeouf in the Zoomerang in fourth. Mark Lecoq in the unit racing to 104. Off the exit of turn number 1. Eddie Campouche still has a comfortable, almost half a straightaway advantage over top of Nicholas Roos running in second. They head down here to turn number 2. The 999, the Black Beast, and Eddie Campouche doing double duty this weekend. He won earlier today in the F16. The Viper Racing looking to replicate that here in qualifier 1A. He leads lap number 4, so white flag being displayed on the race course. One more lap around for Eddie Campouche here. Backed off a lot. He's going to hold on to that second place spot. Miguel LaBeouf in third. Mark Lecoq bring the 104 across in fourth position. We head down the backstretch here on lap number 5 of 5. And it's Eddie Campouche. Only his second weekend of racing in H350. He stepped it up and he stepped out from lane number 3. He'll come off the exit pit at turn number 2. And your unofficial winner of Heat 1A, Grand Isle, New York's Eddie Campouche in the 999, the Black Beast. Second place, we're going to Nick Bruce in the 225, the Roos Motorsports. Third, we're going to Miguel LaBeouf in the 155, Zoomerang in fourth. Mark Lecoq in the 104, the unit racing. He'll come around and get fourth place points in the 104. North Tonawanda. How about that? Local driver Eddie Kempler's only second weekend of racing in the H350 class gets us 25 points in a victory here in Heat 1A for Hydro 350. Eddie Kempler's your winner, unofficially, of Heat 1A. Coming up next, Heat 1B. All right, 5-minute gun has sounded. H350 qualifier 1B. Uh-huh. Boats making their way out of the pit area. First boat out will be the 48, down on the Duke. Back behind the wheel of the Cannonball, the 751, the Mark, the Lodge. And the Lolo Racing, the 519 of Kent Henderson. Team Towman out of Brockville, Ontario. The bank on it. Waiting for the 306 Thomas Shannon in the Dog Nasty out of Valleyfield, Quebec. The teal boat making his way out onto the race course right now. Here for Hydro 350 qualifier 1B. Just a reminder, we had to juggle our schedule just a little bit. After H350 qualifier 1B, we'll go Grand Prix Hydro time trials. Should be coming up next. We'll explain about time trials once they get closer to getting ready to go. 3 minutes and 42 seconds to the start, 3:42 away. Mark Lalade coming by the 751. Coming across start finish line, here comes Donald LeDuc. Donald back in inboard hydroplane racing. He took about 4 or 5 years off. I don't even know how many years it was, but he used to be a predominant figure on the hydroplane racing league circuit, especially in the 2.5 liter and Formula 2500 class. Tyler Cadets got done racing and gave his boat back to the Hydroplane Racing League, and they have loaned it out to Donald LeDuc to run here in 2026. So good to see that boat back out on the race course. Heat 1B on the water right now. We are in the 5-minute warm-up period, so if you're just coming out or trying to understand the starting procedure for inboard hydroplane racing, this is what we call the 5-minute warm-up period. You can see it's counting down. Right now we're at 2:45. During this 5-minute warm-up period, boats will come out on the race course and do a couple timing runs, a couple warm-up laps, get themselves acquainted to the water conditions and the racing conditions. And then the ultimate goal is to be right here at the start-finish line when that clock hits 0. We are 2 minutes, 25 seconds away from that point. I'll try to keep you up to date on the time as we get closer to it. This 5-minute warm-up, just for the boats to come out, get lay of the land, so to speak, do a few timing runs. And a timing run is basically what you see the 306 doing right now as he comes off the exit pit at turn number 2 down here to start finish line. They will time themselves from a buoy through the corner of turn number 2 down to start finish, and then they want to try to be right there when we're ready to go for the start of the race. So if it takes them 12 seconds to get from point A to point B, they want to know they got to be there when there's 12 seconds left on the clock. And it's all about timing. You want to be here at the start-finish line when the clock hits 0. If you get there too early, you will be assessed a penalty for jumping the start, meaning you broke the plane of the start-finish line prior to the end of that 5-minute period, and you'll be assessed a penalty. Here in the HRL, it's a point penalty. And a point penalty pretty much means the end of your weekend. You're not going to make that final. It'll be very difficult. So you kind of have to be perfect every time you come out onto the race course. Boats cutting the race course down here, turn number 1. That's a legal maneuver. You can see the line to the 751, the purple and white boat cut the course. I expect Donald LeDuc to do the same. He will. The yellow boat of Donald LeDuc cut the race course as well. That's a legal maneuver during the 5-minute warm-up period, as long as you cut from the back stretch to the front stretch in between the start-finish line and the entrance pit of turn number 1. As they come down here to turn number 1 off the exit pit, get them lined up for you with 44 seconds to the start. Inside lane number 1, it'll be the 306, Tommy Shannon, the teal boat. He'll have lane number 1. Lane number 2 will be the 48, Donald LeDuc, the yellow boat. He'll be at lane number 2. To his outside will be Kent Henderson in the 519, the bank on it. And on the outside will be the 751 and Mark the line. The Lolo Racing, he'll be in lane number 4. 12 seconds from the start, H350 qualifier 1B. We are 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark, nice start for Kent Henderson. He'll lead him across the start finish line from lane number 3. Kent broke the line first. He looked really good as he came down here to start finish. Now he's got to hold his lane all the way through the apex, and that's going to allow the boats to his inside and Tommy Shannon to move up, and Tommy Shannon will take over the lead. Clean start from our officials. It's a clean start. 306 is your leader down the backstretch. Tommy Shannon opens up by about 3 boat lengths over top of Kent Henderson in the 519, but Kent's able to make up a lot of the ground as they come through the apex of turn number 2. Tommy is trying to corner that boat off the exit of turn 2 to come right at complete lap number 1. So 1 down, 4 to go here at H350 qualifier 1B, and it's Tommy Shannon. 306 the dog, nasty rig. Leads over time of Kent Henderson, runs in second. Mark the line, and Donald LeDuc battling out for 3rd and 4th as they head down here into turn 1 on lap 2. So Tommy Shannon with a full rooster tail advantage over top of Kent Henderson, running in 2nd. Donald LeDuc in 3rd. So 1.5 in, 3.5 to go here in heat 1B for the H350s. And it's Tommy Shannon through the apex of turn number 2. Already a rooster tail advantage over top of Kent Henderson, running in 2nd position. So we're coming right at complete lap 2 down, 3 to go. Shannon leads. Kent Henderson runs in 2nd. Battle is for 3rd between Lalonde and LeDuc. Lalonde on the outside and Donald LeDuc on the inside. battling it out for third position here in qualifier 1B. Tommy Shannon started the year off really strong, winning the Cambridge Classic Regatta back in May, ran really well, and Sorrel Tracy, and then at Brockville had some issues, but looking really good here in qualifier 1B. So Shannon leads. Henderson runs a second. Battle on the race course is the third between Leduc on the inside and Lalonde on the outside. So 3 down, 2 to go for Shannon as he comes across start finish line. Ken Henderson runs in second. Still Lalonde and Leduc battling it out for third. Lalonde's on the outside, Leduc is on the inside. These guys are going to go really hard for every position because every point matters when we get down to that crunch time tomorrow afternoon. So these two are going to really battle it out to try to pick up those third place points. Obviously, 18 points is better than 15. Trying to get that third place is Leduc. But white flag being displayed. Tommy Shannon comes across and leads. 4 down and 1 to go. Shannon leads. Henderson still runs a second, but they are still tied together for third between Leduc on the inside and Lalonde on the outside. 7:51 to mark the line. Just does have the advantage across start finish line for that third place spot. Leduc's going to power back up on the inside. But down the backstretch we go. It's all Tommy Shannon, your leader. Down into turn number 2. He'll be looking for the checker flag this time by. And it'll be the 306, the Dog Nasty, and Tommy Shannon out of Valleyfield, Quebec, your winner of Heat 1B. Second place, we go to Kent Henderson. Good run for Kent. Team Toeman the bank on it. He'll get second out of Brockville, Ontario. Third, Mark Lalonde will take third in the 7:51 to Little Race. And unfortunately down there in turn number 1 on the fifth and final lap, it looked like Leduc had an issue, got out of the throttle a little bit, but he will get fourth place points. Which will be Donald Leduc in the age 48, the Cannonball. So as we said to everybody listening live on our YouTube page, for all the fans here at Thunder on the Niagara, coming up next will be Grand Prix time trials. Grand Prix time trials will come out on the water. They will come by for us for the first time. They'll do a slow lap around to get the temperatures warmed up, and then they'll go hard on their second or third lap, depending on what they want to do. They will have 2 time laps, but we'll take the best of those 2 time laps. We will give you that information once the boats come across start finish line for their time trial. So coming up next, Grand Prix time trials, and then we'll go back to H350 racing heats 1C and 1D. All right, Ghislaine Marcoux is making his way out onto the pit area for her first boat out for time trial, the 101. If you were with us earlier for testing, Grand Prix, 468 cubic inch blown alcohol motors. They run on methanol. Speeds upwards of 160 miles an hour down the straightaways. I see them top out around 150. This 1 mile race course, we'll be looking at times, hopefully the 31, 32, maybe 33 second range, depending on the course conditions. On a true 1 mile course, those guys are looking at trying to get around the 30-second lap. Battlefield, the top time trial was Jack Lupton, 31, and changed second lap. We'll see how Ghislaine does. So he's coming out on his warm-up lap. We will start the clock for the second lap, but normally it's that third lap that they'll go the hardest. So we start the clock for Ghislaine here, just in case he doesn't complete a third lap, and then he'll at least have a time. So he's out on the race course now, getting ready to go. And once he comes around this time, he will really start to move and try to get on it. That GP 101. The ultimate goal is to get the fastest time. Trying to get that pole position for the weekend here in Grand Prix time trials. Ghislaine will come around, put him on the clock. Comes through our start finish line right now. Ghislaine's on his fast lap. Gets down in the first one. Really airs out the right spots in that time. Tries to settle it back down as he comes to the end of the one. Set down the back stretch here. That GP 101. Only the second weekend out for the band this year, team. Right here for Ghislaine Marcoux. Valley Hill a couple weeks ago. Had a respectable show. Come down here for the hot lap, as you should say. Time. 31.678, so a good lap for Ghislaine. 31.678. Time to beat. That's a pretty good lap here on a 1 mile race course for Ghislaine Marcoux. 31.678. Up next will be the 50. Grand Prix. Ghislaine makes his way back to the pit. Set the 50 out. His time trial lap. 31.678. Nice lap for Ghislaine Marcoux in the 101. Once again, time trial set the field for the weekend. Up next should be the 50, the Freedom. And Brody out of Grand Isle, New York, back behind the wheel of the 50 for the first time this season. Bobby King's been doing the driving in the 50 boat here in 2026, but it's Ken Brody for his hometown race, making his way out onto the race course now. We see the 50 being pushed away from the dock, and he'll be coming out for his first time trial here at Thunder on the Niagara. All right, here comes Brody making his way out of the pit area. Grand Isle, New York, the local race at Thunder on the Niagara. A big part of putting this event on is Ken Brody and the Brody family. Thunder on the Niagara Club is not happy without from. We appreciate them. Not only the money, but the time putting this event on. Kenny will come out and do his warm-up lap. When he comes around next time, we'll put him on the clock for his first of 2 time laps. We'll take the best of those 2 times. Time to beat 31.678. Ghislaine Marcoux in the 101 had a nice lap in the GP 101. 31.678 time to beat. Sent down by Hydroplane Martin, first boat out, 101. It's Ken Brody back behind the wheel of the G50, the Freedom. Just makes his way down to the turn number 2, and he'll come flying around here. All start finish line. Time trial out here. Way wide here. Went up to 50 a little bit. Then it's hard across top. Ken Brody is on the spot. You can hear him popping that rev over here. Getting down to the turn number 1. Pushing hard in that G50. As I said earlier, they're testing that rev over here. Trying to get into the track. They don't want to push it to the top of that rev. He heads down to turn number 2. The front wheel is flying back. Comes out the mountain. Comes off the finish line. With a lap of 31.948. 31.948. So just 3/10 off of Hydroplane Martin's time. So Ken Brody, as we said, it's his first weekend back in the boat in 2026. So a good lap for Kenny. 31.948. Currently puts him in second position. Up next should be the 212 Silco Racing and Eric Longstead. Eric is in the water ready to go as soon as he gets the okay from the officials who send him out. Still, current time to beat 31.678 by Hydroplane Martin and a 31.948 by Ken Brody. Up next, 212 Silco Racing and Eric Longstead.
Which one?
All right, just waiting for Brody to get back to the dock. We'll send out the 212 Silco Racing.
Which one is
Our friends here at the banks of the Niagara, thank you for coming out. Great day. Wonderful day for boat racing here on the Niagara River. Green flag being displayed on the race course is an opportunity to send out the 212. Thank you so much for coming out. As I said, this is Grand Prix time trials. We will run 2 qualification heats of Grand Prix today. First qualifier is scheduled to go probably right around 3 o'clock, and then we'll end the day with the second qualifier. Just keep in mind we're running a round robin format. So we'll run 3 boats in the first qualifier and 4 boats in the other 3 qualifiers. And then we'll have 5 boats in the final tomorrow afternoon. Here comes Eric Longstead out. Into 212 Silco Racing. We got about a different bet. Eric has had a really good 2026. These guys have done a great job keeping that boat together. And out on the race, we're finishing a lot of heats today. Eric brings it out for his 4-bump lap. On the clock this time by. Silco Plumbing is the sponsor of the 212 out of Valley View. Eric, a long-time racer, started in 2.5 liter stock, made his way all the way to the Grand Prix. Grand Prix has been long gone for a little while there. Our long shot racer. Long shot. Yellow boat. Eric ran back in the mid-2010s. And Eric went away for a little while and then came back with this Silco Racing team. It's been nothing but consistent on the Hydroplane Racing League series. Shows up to every race and puts in his best effort to keep it really good. That time 31.767. 31.767 puts him right in between the 101 and the 50. So Tuesday Mark still holds the top spot with a 31.678. 212 with a 31.767. And the 50 with a 31.948. The three boats that have qualified are separated by a mere actually like a mere 2.5 tenths. 678 for the 101, a 767 for the 212, and a 948 for the 50. Up next, it'll be the brothers. The first will be Bert in the 71 Wild One, and then Kent will come out in the Canada Boy. So Bert Henderson, the GP 71 Wild One, will be next on the race course. '71 Wild One next to come out, driven this weekend by Bert Henderson. Normally driven by Andrew Tate, but Andrew's out in Seattle driving the H1 Unlimited circuit. So Bert is back behind the wheel of the 71.
Okay, green flag.
71, I know they want to thank Northeast Machine Incorporated, proud sponsors of the GP71 Wild One. Green flag on the race course. So Bert out of Brockville, Ontario, will be making his way out for his time trial lap. All of our boats that have qualified so so far are within 7/10 of a second. 7/10 of a second, separating first to fourth. 31.335 for Bert Henderson. He is your leader with 1 vote to go. It'll be brother Kent Henderson with an opportunity to take the top spot. But how about this? 31.335 for Bert Henderson. 31.678 for Ghislaine Marcoux. 31.767 for Eric Longeman. And 31.948 for Ken Brody. 7/10 of a second separate first to fourth. It's awesome to see these boats go out there and put together these type of times and how tight they are. The competition in Grand Prix Hydro here on the East Coast is awesome. Tied to beat 31.335. Get Kent Henderson in the 757 Canada Boy. Beat 31.335. We shall find out in just a second. Hey, we're not separated about 6 miles an hour here. Crazy, right? Crazy. That's pretty cool. That's what y'all need to run that shit. Look at these time trials. 6 seconds. That's what I'm saying. The top boat is 6 seconds faster than everybody else. I mean, not even seconds, a mile an hour. So 35? Yeah. It's like 8 miles an hour faster.
Okay, we're gonna go with green flag, Canada boy.
All right, our final boat. Kent Henderson has the green flag. Come out at his leisure whenever he'd like, but the time to beat he knows now is 31.335 seconds. 7/10 of a second separating first and fifth. Very important. The top time. Get that inside lane for that first qualifier. Set him up for the weekend. Right now it's Bert Henderson. Inside is lane number 1. And his brother Kent, who has done a great job campaigning the 757 Canada Boy. Currently sitting in the top of the point standings of the Hydroplane Racing League. Is the Canada Boy. Can he upset the apple cart here and take the top spot away from his brother Bert in the Wildwood? Boats come out on the race course, do a nice slow warm-up lap for 2 laps. After we get done with this time trial for Kent Henderson, we'll go back to H350 Racing. He won CM1D. Go over the rest of the schedule for you here in just a few minutes. As soon as we get done with this time trial lap. 757 and Kent Henderson. All right, we'll put Kent on the clock now. Start the 2. Obviously, you know he's going to go hard in that second lap. Where will Kent fall in the pecking order? 31.335 is the time to beat. Everybody separated by 7/10 of a second. 71 has a 31.335, a 101 with a 31.678, the 212 with a 31.767, and the 50 with a 31.948. Everybody in 7/10 of a second. All right, can the Canada Boy do it? North Tonawanda, can Kent Henderson overtake his brother Bert? We'll find out in about 31 seconds now. 757 Canada Boy and Kent Henderson is on the line. Kent down here to row number 1. Last Kentucky Avenue row. Come up here and up over this tower. Not hit that thing just yet. Tops out down in there. He goes. Down to the turn number 2. Picks up that left spot just a little bit. Right over to the level fighter. Turn. Out about lane number Canada boy takes the top spot with a 30.791. Great lap for Kent. Great lap for the Canada boy team. Kent Henderson will win time trials and more importantly put himself in an inside lane for that first qualifier later on this afternoon. So from top to bottom, Kent Henderson with a 30.791. Bert Henderson with a 31.335. G-Slam RQ with a 31.678. Eric Langevin with a 31.767. And Ken Brody with a 31.948. But how about a round of applause for our GP teams, all within 1 second of each other in Grand Prix time trials. Up next, we'll go back. H350 race in Heat 1C coming up next. All right, as we said, coming up next, Hydro 350 Qualifier 1C, our third of the first round of qualifying heats for H350. After 1C, we'll go 1D, and then we'll have all of our H350 first round of qualifiers completed. After that, we'll have our first time that we'll see our vintage boats come out, and then we'll get back to Formula F, their second round of qualifiers, Formula F 2A, 2B, Formula R, Grand Prix qualifier 1A after that, then Formula R 2A, Formula R 2B, then the four qualification, second round qualification to H350, and then we'll end the day with Grand Prix 2A. So as soon as we get done with 1C, we'll go over the Grand Prix qualifying rounds and how they all shaked out after time trials. But congratulations to the Canada Boy team, the 757, your top pole setter with a 30.791 second lap. So good lap for Ken Henderson and the Canada Boy team. Looks like we got all our boats in for 1C, just getting word from the pit area that they're ready to go for Heat 1C for H350 coming up next. H350 qualifier 1C making their way out of there. And 1C's got a green flag on the race course. And we are 4 minutes and 20 seconds away from the start. We'll be just coming out almost top of the hour here at 1 o'clock on the East Coast. For friends that are watching online in Seattle. Good morning. Green flag being displayed for Heat 1C. We'll be just coming out. Just tuning in on our live stream. We have completed GP testing. We also completed Formula F, Heats 1A, 1B, Formula R, 1A, 1B, H350, 1A, and 1B, Grand Prix time trials, and now H350 qualifier 1C and 1D. Should have 4 boats. It looks like we've got all 4 boats to make the call for Heat 1C for H350. Very impressed me here in 2026. It's coming through turn number 2 right now. Young Jacob Haydu, his first full-time season driving an H350. Out of Bullhorn, Quebec. Jacob Haydu took over for his father Richard, who decided to get out of the boat. in fourth lap, but he's done a really good job here this season in H350. He's up across start finish line. The yellow boat on the outside, Francisco Day, and the yellow torpedo, Frederick Coutier in the 14, the Legacy 1. And here's Matthew Brown, the 74. As he comes across start finish line, so all four boats have made the call and checked in. We are 2 minutes and 45 seconds to the start. H350 qualifier 1C. Just a reminder, everybody will run 3 qualification heats this weekend. Those 3 qualification heats will determine whether or not you make it into the final. And in the H350 class, it's very important that you get as many points as you can, because we're only taking 1 guaranteed for the final after the 3 rounds of qualifiers. That'll be the top point getter with the fastest time. Make it directly into the final. Everybody else will have to go to the semifinals. The top point getter directly into the final. Then we'll take the next 12 boats and put them into 6-third semifinals. And the top 3 will qualify from those 6-third semifinals into the final Sunday afternoon. 1 minute, 50 seconds. 150 from the start. H350 qualifier 1C. Last year, the 23, the yellow boat going through turn number 2, was involved in a dead heat. We worked out a shot in the 773. Pick up Jacob Haydu, the red, white, blue boat. No road racing out of the front boat back. Frederick Coutier, who was your 2020 HRL Hot champion in this class, in that 14 Legacy 1. He was having some mechanical issues and Valley was on through it. Ended up having a respectful weekend, but really they were fighting some mechanical and electrical issues in that one. So hopefully they got everything worked out here with Thunder on the Niagara. You can see Francisco Day cut the race course there with 40 seconds to start. No worries about being in that spot on the race course. All right, we're 30 seconds away. We get ready and lined up. And lane number 1 will be the H2. Jacob Haydu. Lane number 2 will be the 14 of Frederick Coutier. Lane number 3 will be the 23 of Francisco Day. And on the outside will be the 74 of Matthew Brown. 14 seconds from the start. H350 qualifier 1C. Here's the 2026 Thunder on the Niagara. 06, 5, 3, 2, 1. Clark, good start. Jacob Hayden will break it first. They'll lead him down here to turn number 1. Right there on his outside. We're side by side through the apex of 1. Jacob will use that inside lane to his advantage. He'll take the lead off the exit pin. He'll come off with about a 2-boat length advantage, but Frederick Coutier is right there on his outside hit. Got word from the officials that it's a clean start. Everybody's leading, so 2-boat length advantage for the 2 over top of 14 as they head down here into turn number 2 on lap number 1. Remember, we go 5 times around. H350 qualifier 1C. It is Jacob Haydu out of Boardwalk, Quebec, Canada, the young driver coming around to complete lap number 1. So 1 down, 4 to go. Frederick Coutier back to second. Francisco Day in third and fourth. Matthew Brown down here in the turn number 1 on lap number 2. Haydu will love the moving row. Allows him to open it up just a little bit over top of Frederick Coutier. We'll call it almost a rooster tail now as they head down the backstretch here in qualifier 1C for the H350. And it's all Jacob Hayden. We'll call it a rooster tail to half advantage. Frederick Coutier back to second. Francisco Day in third and Matthew Brown in fourth. Down into turn number 2. Jump ready to complete lap number 2. 2 down, 3 to go. Here at H350 qualifier 1C. Jacob Hayden. 26 currently in third place. And the point stand looking really good here in qualifier 1C. Working on lap number 3 and 5. Jacob Hayden. Tried to go to the buoy row that time, had to get out of it just a little bit. As he goes down the backstretch here on lap number 3. Hayden leads. Brandon Coutier runs in second. Francis Binet runs in third. And Patrick Brown runs in fourth. We'll come around a complete lap 3. 3 down, 2 to go. Haydu in the H2. Lenovo racing out of Boardwalk, Quebec. Is the leader across our finish line. Brandon Coutier runs in second. Francis Binet runs in third. Patrick Brown runs in fourth. Everybody pretty evenly spread out here in 1C. As we work lap number 4 of 5. Haydu is your leader. Almost 2 full roost tails now as he sets down into turn number 2 with a comfortable advantage over top of Frederick Coutier. It's going to be the white flag this time by, signifying one more lap around for Jacob as he comes to the apex of turn number 2. The young driver's been doing a great job here in 2026. He's looking to pick up another victory and another 25 points to add. 21 point total. Here's the champagne. Frederick Coutier runs in second. Running in third, and Matthew Brown, first time for Matthew Brown here in 2026, running in the H350 class. He heads down the backstretch, half a lap away for Jacob Haydu in the H2. He gets to the apex turn number 2 on lap number 5 of 5. Come around and get the checker flag this time by. And off the exit of 2, your unofficial winner, Heat 1C, for the young driver out of Boardwalk, Quebec, Jacob Haydu, your leader. Second position, we're going to Freddie Coutier in the 14. Third, we're Francis Binet in the 23. The yellow torpedo in fourth. And a Matthew Brown in the 74. Coming up next, we Heat 1D, our final first round qualification heats for the H350s, and then after that we'll go vintage, and then we'll go back to Formula F racing. And remember, if you were with us earlier, I said those second and third rounds of qualifiers are always the best because the faster boats on the outside, and they have to work to drive around the rest of the field in those second and third qualifiers. Coming up next, our final first round qualifying heat, Heat 1D for H350. Coming up next. All right, as we said, coming up next, our final qualifying heat, Heat 1D. Our final first round qualifying heat, I should say, Heat 1D for H350. That'll be followed up by a vintage flight. And then we'll go back for our second round of qualifiers, Heat 2A and 2B for Formula F, Grand Prix Heat 1A, Formula R 2A, 2B, H350, 2A, 2B, 2C, 2D, and then Grand Prix 2A will end the day. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 heats of racing for you left here on the Saturday, day number 1 of 2 for the 2026 Thunder on the Niagara. And the best ones are coming up as we go to Heat 2. As I said, the faster boats to be on the outside makes for much more competitive racing when they come up here in just a few. Coming up next, our final first round qualifier, Heat 1D, H350. Unfortunately, we got a black flag. Black flag being put out on the race course. We did have the countdown. We did have start. Black flag. Oh, did he? Yeah. All right, so we're just getting word there was a clock issue, so clock malfunction, but this should not be a long delay. We should be good to go once we get the boats back in. As we know that the clock is very important to make sure that we are timing it correctly. So with a clock malfunction, we got to make sure everybody's on the right time. We don't want to give anybody an advantage or a disadvantage. So that's why we black flagged it. They'll just get them in, turn them around, probably send them right back out as soon as we get the word that everybody's ready. Once again, we appreciate everybody coming out. Nice crowd on hand here for the first day of 2 for the 2026 Thunder on the Niagara. We are just about halfway through our program for today. After this qualifier, we'll be ready to go with the second round of qualifying heats. And the second round of qualifying heats are always better than the first. Just getting the clock straight. Once the clock is straight, we'll be ready to go with Heat 1D. So we do have our first Grand Prix heats set for you based off of time trials. GP 1A will come up after Formula F heats 2A and 2B. And in 1A, it'll be the 757 Canada Boy, the 71 Wild One, and the 212 Silco Racing. So it'll be Bert and Kent side by side in Heat 1A, the two brothers. Will be together in Heat 1A. They'll also be together in Heat 2A. As the 71 will have lane 1, the 101 will have lane 2, the 757 will have lane 3, and the 50 will be on the outside of lane number 4. So our two Grand Prix heats for today are set and ready to go for a little bit later on this afternoon. Beautiful day here at the 2026 Thunder on the Niagara. I want to thank GP50, Blue Ribbon, Northeast Machining, LDC Construction, and GT Supplies, our prime sponsors here for the 2026 Thunder on the Niagara. I want to thank the Niagara Frontier Boat Racing Association as well. The whole committee that does a great job. The Lions Club doing the parking. Thank you guys. We appreciate you. And everybody else that's got a hand in putting on the 2026 Thunder on the Niagara. We appreciate it. Make sure you visit the vendors. Get yourself something to eat and drink. Enjoy a beautiful day of racing here at the 2026 Thunder on the Niagara. So once our clock is set, we'll be ready to go with Heat 1D. right, boats making their way out for the reround of 1D. Unfortunately, we've had to do this a couple times today. But that's pretty simple, but the clock is good. We should be ready to go for 1D. We should have 4 boats that make the call. And it looks like all 4 are out on the race course with 3 minutes and 45 seconds to the start. First boat coming off of turn number 2 from right across the river in Grand Island, New York. Senseless 12 is Joe Les in the H600. Next boat, the H8, the last minute again, Bert Henderson out of Brockville, Ontario. He drives the Millhauer family out of Ogdensburg. Here's the 773, Martin Rashad. Sean has had a love-hate relationship here with the Niagara River a couple years ago. Left spots off the boat right here at start finish line. Last year he was involved in a dead heat with Francis Corday. That boat really does do well in the rough water. We've seen him win in Rockville when it's been really rough. So this boat should like this race course. That 773 with RTX sponsored boat. And the final boat was the 666, the Carpentech and Danny Leger, the yellow boat with the black sponsons. And Danny getting more and more comfortable with that boat. I think this is his 3rd year driving an H250, and he's doing a great job in that 666 Carpentech. 2 minutes, 27 seconds from the start, 2:27 away. H350 qualifier 1D on the race course. As I said, 350s, most competitive class in import hydroplane racing. We have 17 350s here this weekend. All vying for 7 spots in the final Sunday afternoon. So 10 boats will not make it to run in the final tomorrow afternoon. As we've said throughout qualifying, we'll run 3 rounds of qualification heats. We'll take the top point getter. He'll make it into the final. He'll be the only one secured a spot in the final. Everybody else, the next 12 on the point standing, will have to go through the semifinals. We'll run 2 6-boat semifinal heats. And then the top 3 from each of those semifinals will make it in to that 7-boat final. We are 123 from the start. So you say, why does qualifying matter? That's why it matters, because you got 17 boats. You got to qualify and earn your way into the final. H351D is 1 minute and 5 seconds. 105 from the start. 42 seconds to the start. 42 seconds away. H350 qualifier 1D. Let's get them lined up for you. In lane number 1 will be the yellow boat with the black sponsors. That's Danny Leger, the 666, the Carpentech. He'll be inside lane number 1. Lane number 2, Martin Rashad with the blue boat with the yellow, chartreuse yellow trim. The RTX sponsor 773 will be in lane number 2. Lane number 3 will be the 600 Joe Les, the Senseless 12 out of Grand Island. He'll be in lane number 3. And on the outside, the H8, the last minute again, Bert Henderson out of Brockville, Ontario. As we are 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark, looks like a clean start for me. We'll wait and see. They head down here to turn number 1. Everybody got to hold their lane all the way through the apex of the turn. So that should give the advantage to Danny Leger as he brings the 666 to Carpentech, but he's got Rashad right there on his outside. So Rashad and Leger are side by side off the exit of turn number 1. It is a clean start. Everybody was legal. So Rashad is your leader. Leger running in second. Joe Les runs in third, and Henderson runs in fourth. As they head down here to turn number 2 on lap number 1. Remember, we go 5 times around the Niagara River here in qualifier heat 1D. And it's Martin Rashad from lane number 2, your leader off the exit of 2. So 1 down, 4 to go. The 773 of Martin Rashad. First and tail advantage. Over top of Dan Leger running back in second. Bert Henderson has moved up to third position over top of Joe Les, who is back to fourth. Through turn number 1, it's Martin Rashad as he climbs down the backstretch off the exit of 1. A full rooster tail advantage. Rashad leads here on lap number 2. So 1.5 in, 3.5 to go. Rashad is your leader. Dan Lejay running in second. Bert Henderson has moved up into third over top of Joe Les, who is currently back to fourth. Off the exit of turn number 2 to come around a complete lap 2. It'll be 2 down and 3 to go here at H350 qualifier 1D, and it's Martin Rashad. Leading over top of Dan Lejay, who's running back in second. Henderson has got the 18 laps to again up third. Joe Les back to fourth. So through turn number 1, everybody pretty evenly spread out here on lap 3 of 5. And it's Martin Rashad halfway through qualifier 1D. Going to 3 versus tail advantage over top of Dan Lejay and Bert Henderson. As they head to the apex of turn number 2 to come around and complete lap number 3. 773 Martin Rashad is your leader. Dan Lejay holds on to second position. Bert Henderson in third. Joe Les in fourth. Working lap number 4 and 5. Rashad had a great start. He hit it right when the clock hit 0. He led Dan Lejay through turn number 1. From that point on, he has just set sail and opened up by 3 versus tails on the rest of the field. Down here in the turn number 2 on lap number 4 and 5, it's Martin Rashad to 773. The RTX sponsored H773 out of Valleyfield, Quebec. Is your leader. White flag being displayed. So one more lap around. Second position, Dan Lejay. In the carbon tag third. Bert Henderson really flying the 18 laps to the end across our finish line. And Joe Les in fourth. But down the backstretch here on lap number 5 of 5 here at Heat 1D. Martin Rashad, he is slow. Martin Rashad is slow. Oh no, he is down. His hood is up. Rashad is out of it. Half a lap away. He's trying to reset it. He did pick the lid up and put it back down. Trying to reset that boat, but he'll come through the apex of turn number 2, and it's Dan Lejay, your leader now. And Lejay will take the checkered flag. And your unofficial winner of Heat 1D will go to Dan Lejay. As Rashad is dead in turn number 2, unfortunately, Martin Rashad a half a lap away. He's got smoke billowing out of the boat as well. That boat could be on fire. We'll have to wait and see. Second place will go to Henderson. And third will go to Joe Les. We saw a puff of smoke come out of the back of the headers of Rashad's boat. We'll get the rescue team over there to him. But unfortunately for Martin Rashad, a half a lap away from an easy victory there is actually going to result in 0 points where they did not finish. Hopefully nothing catastrophic, and they can get that boat back on the trailer and ready to go for the second round of qualifiers coming up in a little bit. Up next, we're going to send our vintage boats out. We should have the H6, the Miss Gangway, Mike Jensen, the GP 1001, the Dynamites, and Tom Marshamir. I'm sorry if I'm saying that wrong. Marshamire. And then the J12, Butch Struts, should be out as well. Those should be the vintage boats that come out on the race course. After vintage, we'll go back racing with Formula F, Grand Prix, Formula R, H350, and then we'll end the day with Grand Prix Heat 2A. Halfway through our program here at the 2026 Thunder on the Niagara. Stick around, our vintage boats will be on the water next. 1001. Tom Moschemeyer out on the race course with Dynamite. J12 will put struts. Here's the first boat out of the pit area. And the white boat. Got a lot of back design boat. He's down in turn number 1 right now. And they're just waiting on Mike Jensen in the H6 this gangway. A lot of back haul making his way out on the pit area as well. And here he comes into this gangway. All 3 of our vintage boats are out on the race course for their display run. Hopefully they'll put in a good display for you. Gathered up together for a little bit. This gangway coming through turn number 2 right now was built in 1971 by Henry Lauderback as a 7-meter, 10-foot wide, weighs 2,200 pounds. That's about 26. Started heavy. 1,200 horsepower. The boat was built for Richard Slickman in 1971. The boat was raced by the name of this gangway from 71 to 86. Howie Benz and Richard Slickman. But was renamed the Something Spirit and driven by Howie Benz from 86 to 88. Race date in 2004 by Bill Sterrett and it was campaigned by Mike Tucker and John Murphy and race date in 2010. The boat was purchased by Lyle Dinsmore from Grand Island, New York in 2010. Renamed it and restored it as this gangway as it was originally. Lyle was named for 50 years in 2017. Mike Jensen at a Grand Island, New York, getting an opportunity to drive the H6, the Mississippi gangway. 1001 GP by Tom Moschemeyer. I know that Dynamite saw many races in its time. That boat was the 1988 Triple Crown champion. I do know that. The Triple Crown was held in Valleyville in 1988. That boat won. GP Triple Crown. That's good. It's good to see these old vintage motorbacks out. I know they're having a display run down in Portsmouth, Virginia today to honor Henry Motorback. Guys come out and display for us here today. The old vintage Lauderback Halls. So I'll sit out, let you enjoy the vintage, run around a little bit on the race course. If we come back, it'll be Formula F, their second round of qualifiers, Heat 2A and 2B. All right, checker flag being displayed on the race course for our vintage teams to bring them back in. Want to thank all the vintage teams that came out today. We'll see them again tomorrow for their display run. Coming up next, we'll go back to racing. It'll be the Formula F Heats 2A, 2B, followed by Grand Prix Heat 1A, Formula R 2A, 2B, H350 2A, 2B, 2C, and 2D, and then we'll end the day with Grand Prix qualifying Heat 2A. So stick around, coming right back with racing for you, Heats 2A and 2B for Formula F. All right, we'll get our last boat lowered into the water now for Formula F. 2A should consist of 4 boats, 38 of Adam Carruthers, the 57 of Matisse Gabriel Treson, the 50 of Ken Brody III, and the 16 of Eddie Campus should be in Heat 2A. 2B should be the 35 of Austin Hayes, the 555. Martin Lecomte, the 26, Kevin Smith, and the 92 of Chris Veneris. All right, 5-minute gun has sounded for Heat 2A. Formula F should have 4 boats to make their way out of the pit area. Second round of qualifiers. First boat out, Eddie Kemp in the F-16, the Viper out of Grand Island, New York, right across the river. Eddie coming in with a 48-point advantage in the top standing. 38 of Adam Carruthers, the Harris River Racing making his way out. The 57, Matisse Gabriel Treson. And the 15 St-Felicien Racing. Ken Brody III. All 4 boats have made the call. Heat 2A Formula F in 4 minutes and 18 seconds from the start. If you're just coming out and you're new to inboard hydroplane racing, this is the 5-minute warm-up period. The boats come out on the race course and do a couple warm-up laps and do timing runs. These guys will have to do timing runs today because here in the second round of qualifiers, if they were the inside in qualifier number 1, they'll be on the outside, and vice versa. If they were the outside in the first qualifier, they'll be on the inside here in the second qualifier. Adam Carruthers goes all the way from Rexton to Brunswick. Probably the person with the longest trip to get here is Adam Carruthers. Here's the team camera based on it about Hydroplane. 16, Eddie Campus in the Viper, and the 57 Racing of Ken Brody III. Triple spots a little bit there, didn't get it? As he comes across third. That's the Cessna 16, the Cessna Racing team. They number all their boats, and the one that Ken Brody is in right now is the Cessna 16. 250 from the start, 250 away. Formula F, 2A. You were with us earlier this morning. Our first heat of the day was Formula F, Heat 1A, and in 1A it was Eddie Campus getting the victory. In 1B, it was Chris Veneris getting the victory. Those 2 guys sitting 1-2 in the point standings have battled for the last 2 seasons in the Formula F class. The 92 team has gotten the better of the 16 up until this year. And Eddie Campbell sitting on top of the points ladder, coming in again. I believe it's 46 or 48 points coming in. That's almost 2 full heats over top of the 92. 157 from the start, 157 away. Here during the 5-minute warm-up period, as I said, timing runs will be done. And the drivers will get the lay of the land, so to speak, where they want to be on the race course. The biggest goal that they have to accomplish is to make sure they're back here at the start-finish line when the clock hits 0. You cannot be to the right side of the start-finish line when the clock hits 0. You'll be assessed a points penalty. That will take you from first to fourth really quickly. So the ultimate goal is to be here when that clock hits 0. And the best of them can do it within a second. So it's all about timing. Don't start on the flag, start when you start. Stand still position for Le Mans start on the clock. We're 1 minute and 4 seconds away from this. We'll all start to conjure up down here to turn number 1 inside 1 minute. And we will be ready to get them lined up for you as they go down here into turn number 1. So here in 2A, as I said, we flip-flop from what we saw in the first qualifier. So the boats that start on the outside will now start on the inside. Gives them a fair advantage throughout the weekend. So inside, lane number 1 will be the 38, the Heritage Racing of Adam Carruthers. He's out of Rexton, New Brunswick. Lane number 2 will be the 57, Matisse Gabriel Chason. He's out of the Valleyfield, Quebec. The boat's name is the Howl. 2 is outside of lane number 3 will be the Senseless 16 of Kemp Road in the 3rd, and the F50. And far up on the outside, Eddie Kempush is going to have to win it from lane number 4 in the 16, the Viper, out of Grand Isle, New York. So we are 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 3, 2, 1. Clark, looks like a good start. Eddie, break the line first in the 16. He heads down here to turn number 1. Kempush right on to that start. He'll lead him, but everybody got to hold their lane all the way through the apex of turn number 1. We just got word it was a legal start. So that's going to allow Matisse Gabriel Chason to move up from lane number 3. But watch for Eddie Kempush on the outside. Eddie running the bigger course. He's moved up on the outside of Matisse, and he's taking the advantage down the backstretch. So Eddie Kempush leads. Matisse Gabriel Chason runs in second, and Adam Carruthers runs in third. They go down here. Adam runs the tail! Wow, he landed it right side up. He went right up the Bruce's tail, but landed it right side up, and we continue on as we complete lap number 1. 1 down and 4 to go. Eddie Kempush leads. Matisse Gabriel Chason runs in second. Adam Carruthers is still running in third. And Portis Kemp running in third. Down to turn number 1. Matisse had a great turn that time. He tightens it up just a little bit on Eddie. But Eddie's going to be able to accelerate as they head down the backstretch here on lap 2 of 5. Kempush in the 16 over top. Matisse Gabriel Chason in the 57. We're going to 4 lanes advantage as they head down here to turn number 2 on lap number 2 of 5. Kempush just got to leave the lane inside there. He does. He doesn't have the overlap yet. You got to have 4 lane advantage in front of your nearest competitor. So Eddie does a good job leaving plenty of room to the inside. 2 down and 3 to go. Kempush somehow upside down. And running back and forth. Now they're starting to get pretty evenly spread out here on lap number 3 of 5. So it's Eddie Kempush starting in lane number 4, but he's moved all the way up and he's moved around the entire field. He's up in the first position. Down here in the turn number 2. The F16, the Viper. And Eddie Kempush will come up the end of the turn. Lap 3. 3 down. 2 to go. 16. And Eddie Kempush. Gabriel Chason runs in second. 7 the house. Third, Adam Carruthers in the Heritage Racing. Runs in third. Fourth. So 3.5 in and 1.5 to go. And Eddie Kempush has set sail down the backstretch, half a straightaway lead. Over top of Matisse Gabriel Chason. In the 57 now, running in second position. Up through the bottom of the race course, turn number 2 here. It is Eddie Kempush. The Viper will come around. He'll be looking for the white flag this time. Watching the fight one more lap around. 4 down and 1 to go for Eddie. No perfect on stand, maintain that 46-point advantage. Second position. Chason is slow. Matisse Gabriel Chason is slow. He is down on power. But off the exit of turn number 2, it will be Eddie Kempush, your unofficial winner of Heat 2A in the F16, the Viper. Second, Adam Carruthers going to get a nice second place run here in 2A. He almost blew the boat over on lap number 1, but he kept it on the water. He'll be gifted with a second place finish. And third, we're going to keep running third, unfortunately, for Matisse. down on the 5th and final lap. He's got the lid up on the backstretch back there, but Matisse was on his way to a second place run, and unfortunately, he'll get a did not finish and the 0 points to go along with it. Up next, Formula F Heat 2B, followed by Grand Prix Heat 1A. A lot of action left for you today here on day number 1 of 2 at the 2026 Thunder on the Niagara. Coming up next, Heat 2B. All right, 5-minute gun has sounded for the second qualifier for Formula 25 or Formula F Heat 2B. Their final qualification heat of day number 1 of 2. As they make their way out, we should have 4 of them come out of the pit area. Four minutes to the start, 4 minutes away. Still waiting on the 555 Happy Sunday. We saw him do this earlier today, but he didn't come out. So about the 3:30 mark, we'll see when they decide to come out. Mark the cop brings 555 Happy Sunday out of the pit area. Here he comes. So all 4 boats will make the call. First boat coming across our finish line on the inside. That's the Jones Junction presents the TS Special. Austin Hayes out of Clarksville, Michigan, doing the driving today. He was outside the yellow, or sorry, the orange boat. Checkerboard, that is Kevin Smith out of Peabody, Massachusetts, the 26 Dreamweaver. The all yellow boat is the Happy Sunny. Mark McCollum out of Valville, Quebec. And the final boat, the orange boat with the black lid, the 92 Tenacity, driven this weekend by Chris Veneris out of Delaware. So all 4 boats have made the call here. Qualifier 2B. 2 minutes and 50 seconds from the start. 250 away. Austin Hayes back behind the wheel, up 35. Austin and his brother Kyle driving here today. That boat was also this weekend. And he is driving 35 this weekend with 229 in front of the start. Those guys won the Formula R Championship last season and have been promoted to Formula F. They've had an up and down campaign here in the HRL. Chris Veneris coming by start finish line. Chris is driving this weekend for Al Thompson. John Shaw, his brother-in-law, normally does the driving. He's out in Seattle. Driving the Cool Cat Motorsports. EP 135. Happy Sunday 555. This has probably been the most improved boat here in 2026. Mark Thompson driving this season. They've had different boats, different drivers drive that boat over the last couple of years. Martha Cochran's done a great job in it here in 2026. Driving the 555 Happy Sunday. 120, excuse me, from the start. Up next, we have our first Grand Prix heat of the weekend. Heat 1A Grand Prix will be out next. You can already see the 212 lowered into the water. I see the crane going to the 71 right now to put it in the water. So should have 3 boats to make the call. Up next. 1 minute to the start, 1 minute away. Formula F qualifier 2B. 50 seconds from the start. Lane number 1 will be the 35, the white boat with the blue and red trim. Jones Junction presents the F35 TM Special. Austin Hayes does the driving out of Clarksville, Michigan. Lane number 2 will be the 555, the all yellow boat, the Happy Sunny and Mark McCollum out of Valville, Quebec. Lane 3 will be the 26, the Dreamweaver Kevin Smith out of Peabody, Massachusetts. And on the outside, the Tenacity, the 92, driven this weekend by Chris Veneris out of the state of Delaware. 17 seconds from the start. Formula F qualifier 2B 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Start. Get the clean start. Everybody's good. That's Chris Linares leading the cross car finish line. We head down here to turn number 5. Everybody got to hold their lane all the way to the apex. As Chris is out really wide, it's going to open it up on his inside for the 35 of Austin Hayes and the 555 Happy Sunny from Marlon Cobb as they head down the backstretch. It's Austin Hayes, your leader. Jones Junction presents the TS Special. He's got company right on his outside. You can see the 555 and the 92 hitting the white water as they head down here into turn number 2 on lap number 1. Remember, we go 5 times around here in qualifier TV. And it's Austin Hayes in the 35. The TS Special as he comes around to complete lap number 1. 1 down, 4 to go, and Austin opens up just a little bit. Top of the mark, Scott back in second. Chris Linares runs in third. Dennis Smith runs in fourth. Right down here to turn number 1 on lap number 2. Is still the 35. Austin Hayes having a nice run through turn number 1. We'll call it almost a 4-5, now almost 6 motor vehicle lead. Top of the 55, the Happy Sunny, 1.5 minutes, 3.5 to go. Chris Linares runs 92 back in third. Coming to the apex of turn number 2, come around and complete lap 2, 2 down and 3 to go. 35, goes up to the TN7, Austin Hayes. Running in third, Kevin Smith in fourth. Here as we work lap number 4 of 5. The 35 and Austin Hayes having a great run. These are by 2 quarters, 3 quarters. Now as he gets down to turn number 2 of lap number 4 of 5. Austin Hayes. TS Special over here. Comes to the apex of turn number 2. We're out of complete lap number 4. So white flag being straight. 4 down, 1 to go. Austin Hayes in the 35. TS Special. 555 Happy Sunny in second. 92. There. One here on lap number 5 of 5. The 35 and Austin Hayes out of Clarkston, Michigan. 3 full Rooster Tail advantage over second place 555 and Happy Sunny. Half a lap away. This will be a really nice victory for Austin if he comes down here to turn number 2. On lap number 5 of 5. He's got to take through this tight turn number 2. Come around to get the checker flag. We'll come off the increment of turn 2 and the checker flag away with a nice run for the 35 team. Austin Hayes, your unofficial winner of Heat 2. Second place, good run from Marlon Cobb coming in second. And the Happy Sunny third for the 92, Chris Linares. And the tenacity of fourth. Go to Kevin Smith. And the 26th. Hats off to the 35 team. They did their homework and running really well here at Austin. They did a nice run, nice victory. Here in Heat 2. All right, coming up next, our first Grand Prix qualifier. Grand Prix qualifier Heat 1A. As you can see, the 71, a wild one, being lowered into the water right now. As soon as we get Bert Henderson strapped in, we should be ready to go with qualifier 1A for Grand Prix. It'll be the 757 Canada boy and Kent Henderson, the 71 Wild One and Bert Henderson, and the 212 Silco Racing and Eric Longevan. Those will be the 3 boats for the first of 4 qualification heats for Grand Prix Hydros for this weekend. coming up next. So stick around, stand by. Grand Prix Heat 1A coming up in just a few. All right, 5-minute gun has sounded. Grand Prix Hydro qualifier 1A. Start making their way out of the pit area. Should have 3 of them make the call. As we saw during testing and qualifying, they need to warm up. They'll come out and do a slow lap, maybe even 2 slow laps before they get on it to get all the temperatures warmed up and ready to go. 3 minutes and 45 seconds to the start. In Grand Prix, we go 4 laps around, not 5. So we only go 4 laps around, makes for the hopefully a tighter, more competitive race for the fans. And it lessens the wear and tear on our Grand Prix Hydroplane boats. We are 3:27 from the start. First boat coming by, Eric Lunderman, 216 out of Quebec, Canada. Here's Bert Anderson into 71. Out of Brockville, Ontario, he drives the Wildwood and December Newport out of Cincinnati, Ohio. 757 Canada boy, Ken Henderson, also out of Brockville, Ontario. He drives for Mario Plane out of Valleyfield, Quebec. Ken had the fastest qualifying time earlier today with a 30.791 lap, followed up right 6/10 behind him. Fastest qualifier was the 212 with a 31.767. If you weren't with us for qualifying earlier today, all 5 boats are within a second of each other on the qualifying ladder. Why was qualifying so important? You see it right now because Ken will be inside lane number 1 and Bert will be outside in lane number 2. So 6/10 of a second determined who had lane number 1 versus who had lane number 2. Very tight qualifying here at the 2026 Thunder on the Niagara. We are 1:50 from the start. Grand Prix will run 1A right now, and then we'll come back a little bit later on today. And we'll run 1. We're on a round robin format this weekend with only 5 boats here. We decided instead of going 3 boats and 2 boats in qualifiers, we would do round robin. Run 4 qualifiers this weekend, 1 boat will sit out each of the qualifiers. Everybody will run 3 qualifiers here this weekend, and then we'll have all 5 boats in the final. So you might say, well, why even run the qualifiers? Well, run the qualifiers to determine what lane you get in the final. It's very important. As you run hard here in the qualifiers, you're not stuck out in lane number 5 in the final. We're going to take off final Sunday afternoon, 3:30. And we're going to take off final. 50 seconds from the start, Heat 1A, Grand Prix Hydroplanes. The largest automotive-powered hydroplanes in the world are right here at the 2026 Thunder on the Niagara. 35 seconds to the start, lane number 1. Ken Henderson, he drives the 757 Canada boy. He's out of Brockville, Ontario. He drives for Mario Plane out of Valleyfield, Quebec, Canada. The final Thunder on the Niagara for the 7517. Lane number 2 to the 71. Captain in a GP is Bert Henderson. He drives for Huey Newport out of Cincinnati, Ohio. And on the outside, Mr. Consistency, the 212 Super Racing. Driven by Eric Longeman in lane number 3. We're up a little bit early. So 6-5. 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. It's a clean start. Bert Henderson lays across lane number 2. Everybody got to hold their lane all the way to the apex of number 1. It's Kent on the inside and Bert right there on his outside. The 757 and Kent Henderson is your leader on the exit of 1. And Bert Henderson is right there in the white water to the outside, and so is Loveman. All three boats. They have one of these down each other as they head down here to turn number 2. Ken Henderson will get to the buoy first. He will turn left first. He's got about a 2 to 3 foot length advantage over top of the structure. Ken will pull off the end of turn number 1. He's got a foul down now. Henderson leads. Henderson wins the second. Eric Loveman runs in third. Qualifier 1A. Down to the top end of the race course. It's Ken Henderson. He's already opened up by a full Roostertown now over top of his brother Bert. Bert running out about lane number 2, holds on to second. And Eric Loveman is in third. Speed in this 757 though. The Canada boy has come to play here in 2026. And they look really good as they come up the apex of turn number 2. Ken hugs the buoy row. 2 down and 2 to go. Here's the qualifier 1A. Ken Henderson time off. Canada boy across start finish line. Bert Henderson turns out in second. Third place is Eric Loveman. Spread out on the race course here in qualifier 1A. It's all Ken Henderson down the back stretch. We're 2.5 minutes, 1.5 to go. As Ken Henderson is out to go by almost a straightaway over top of his brother Bert back in second. And Eric Loveman in third. The apex of turn number 2. Come around and complete lap number 3. It'll be 3 down and 1 to go. White flag played on the race course. We'll go lap around. Ken Henderson, 757 Canada boy. Bert Henderson still running in second. Third is Eric Loveman. Down to turn number 1. 757 team is not going on here in 2026. Half a lap away. Another 25 points and remain atop the leaderboard here in the Hydroplane Racing League standings. Ken Henderson through the apex of turn number 2. That'll be the checkered flag this time by. And off the exit of 2, your winner of Heat 1A was going to Ken Henderson in the Canada boy. Bert Henderson coming around. His first competitive heat back in a Grand Prix in a while. He'll get second place points in the wild one. He steps it off and he comes across our finish line. Oh, he thinks that was just backed out of an Eric Loveman. So Ken Henderson, an impressive display there in the Canada boy. He'll get a nice first place run and the 25 points to go along with it as the winner of Heat 1A for the Grand Prix Hydros. We'll see them one more time today as well. They'll come up a little bit later on this afternoon when we end the day with Heat 2A. We'll have 4 Grand Prix out for you for Heat 2A coming up a little bit later today. Still got a mighty jam-packed competitive day of racing for you. Formula R is coming up. We got 12 boats. Formula R Heat 2A and 2B. Then we'll have H350 qualifiers, 2A, 2B, 2C, and 2D. And then we'll end the day with Grand Prix qualifier 2A. So still 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 heats left for you here on day number 1 and 2 at the 2026 Thunder on the Niagara. Coming up, heats 2A, 2B, Formula R. All right, everybody, we're getting ready to go here in just a few seconds for Heat 2A Formula R, which had some of the best racing so far of the weekend, so far of the day, I should say. Earlier today, the 21 and the 50 put on a great show. Benjamin Leger and Aiden Sobey side by side for 5 laps. This is the future of inboard hydroplane racing here in Heat in the Formula R classes. We're getting the countdown right now. All right, 5 minutes has sounded Formula R qualifier 2A. I got 6 of them listed. We'll see how many make the call as we work through the second half of our race program here today. Heat 2A for Formula R making their way out. Our fans watching the live stream, welcome. All of our fans out in Seattle, I hope you're enjoying our live coverage here of the 2026 Thunder on the Niagara. This is our Formula R class making their way out, our Formula R boat. Same exact class that we saw with the Formula F, just less experienced drivers. Today making his way out of the pit area, that's 21, the green and orange. He had a great run earlier today against Aiden Sobey. If you weren't with us and you have streaming app, please go back and watch that. It was a great race between the 21 and the 50 earlier today. We had 12 votes, or 11, I believe, show up for Formula R. 11 boats here this weekend. They'll have an 8-boat final tomorrow. So these boats are trying to qualify themselves into that 8-boat final. Somebody, 3 of them will not make it. First boat coming by the 88. That's that boy racing. And Alice Duke got about a good trip. He's followed up by Alice Rod. The young lady has done a great job getting behind the wheel. That's 13. The number 13. Here comes Lucas J on the outside. New Rock Racing. That came by. He was currently at the top of the points ladder coming into the weekend. 21. Benjamin Leger in the Supernova on his inside the 11 and Garrett Huff. Out of Brockville, Ontario, and unfortunately we just got word that the 9-10 Hope Racing is going to be a scratch. Just enough for us. Not going to make it out. Down to 5 here for Formula R qualifier 2A at the 2026 Thunder on the Niagara. Beautiful day here. I really cannot get over how nice it is for racing here on the Niagara. We have not had a day like this for a long time here. It's top of on the racing weekend. Very excited to be here. Great weather for racing. Every single one of you that have come out today. We're sitting alongside the banks here. We're tuning in on our live stream. Gotta give our Gabrielle a shout out. Producer this weekend and TJ is running the camera. Doing a great job. Just us. 3-man crew here this weekend. From the start, minute 20 to go. Those cut the race because that's illegal maneuvers. I'll come from the back stretch to the front stretch. You can see the T-Rock Racing and Lucas DeRoche doing that right now. That's a legal maneuver. And they do that to scrub off a little bit of time because they might not be in their assigned position when they need to be. So we're 52 seconds from the start. Starting to get lined up on the backstretch here, 42 seconds away. 8-2 a second qualification round for Formula R. Inside will be the 88, Alex Leduc. He'll have lane number 1. Lane number 2 will be Alice Carrad. The young lady out of Valley View will be in lane number 2. Lane number 3 will be the 11, and Garrett Huff. Lane number 4 will be the 21, Benjamin Leger. And on the outside will be Lucas DeRocher and the 104 with the D-Rock Racing, as we're 16 seconds from the start. Formula R qualifier 2A. They make their way through turn number 2. Come down here to start finish lines. We're 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark, wow, nice start for Alice. She'll lead him across the start finish line. Alice Carrad was right on it. As they head down here to turn number 1, everybody gonna hold their lane all the way through the apex. All 5 boats got to stay in their predetermined lanes. They come through the apex, and that's going to allow Alex Leduc to move up on the inside by watching the faster boats on the outside. And here comes Lucas DeRocher moving up on the outside. The 104 D-Rock Racing. Fly hard from lane number 5. He takes the lead down the backstretch. You got boats all caught in the middle there. There's 5 boats within a distance of each other as they head down here to turn number 2. Alex Leduc with a hook and Hero in the 88, the Fat Boy Racing. Turn left first and come around to try to complete lap number 1 with an advantage. But look at Lucas DeRocher way outside lane number 5. Garrett Huff stuck in the middle. Benjamin Leger as well. 1 down, 4 to go. Here is Formula R with some of the most competitive racing we've seen so far today. Has been here in Formula R. This is shaping up to be a good one. Alex Leduc leads. Lucas DeRocher is on the outside and Ben Leger is stuck in the middle. We'll come through the apex of turn number 1 here on lap 2. We'll go 5 times around here in Formula R qualifier 2A. Alex Leduc leads, but look at Leger and DeRocher side by side for second position. 1.5 in, 3.5 to go here in Formula R qualifier 2A. And it's Alex Leduc. Alex had to scratch out of the qualifier early today. Whatever it was, he figured it out. He's running really well here in the second qualifier as Leduc leader, but the battle is between the young guns for second, between DeRocher and the 104 on the outside, and Ben Leger and the 21 on the inside. 2 down, 3 to go. Here at Formula R qualifier 2A, and it's Alex Leduc with about a 2 scale advantage over top of Benjamin Leger and Lucas DeRocher. Alice Carrad and Garrett Huff battling it out for 4th and 5th. But through turn number 1, here on lap number 3, it's still Alex Leduc, your leader. Down the backstretch with a rooster tail advantage, Garrett Huff. Something happened with Garrett Huff down in turn. He's got it fired up. Okay, we red flag it. Red flag it for safety. Red flag it. Red flag, red flag. Red flag being displayed on the course, the boat should shut off. Down to the spotters. Red flag has been up for about 30 seconds. The spotters just now seen it. Had an issue with Garrett Huff down in turn number 1. I had turned my head back to the leaders when we had an issue with Garrett Huff. Not sure if he spun it out down there, but the official decided to red flag the heat. So we'll have to see if there was anything that we can see on our replay. Something took place with Garrett, but something happened with the 11. And we'll see what the cause of the stoppage was. Getting told that Garrett barrel rolled it down there in turn number 1. I had turned my head right as it happened and I missed it. But the good news is Garrett was right side up. He tried to refire the boat. But red flag had already been called for the safety of our competitors. And the officials determined that it's not safe. Well, red flag. Now black flag being on the race course, so the boats will fire back up and come to the pits. We'll have to get word. We'll see what lap we were on to determine whether or not we need to rerun that full heat or if they could call it like it is. The good news is we should have 2B in the water and ready to go. So I apologize that I was not looking at Garrett, but getting word from the officials, Garrett barrel rolled it down there in turn number 1. Good news is he did land right side up. Our rescue team is over there with him right now. He's standing on top of the boat, so he is okay. So whenever a barrel roll happens, we stop the race immediately to make sure our competitors are okay. So we'll get those boats towed back into the pit area or under their own power. And we should be ready to go with Heat 2B in just a few seconds. So for our fans along the live stream, I apologize. I totally missed that. Coming up next, Heat 2B. All right, rerunning heat 2A Formula R. Rerun, making their way out. Obviously, the safety and concern for the competitors is most important. Even though Garrett Huff was able to land the move back right side up, we still err on the side of caution if we see something that we need. May not be safe, but we need the red flag. So, 5-minute warm-up period underway for the car. Rerun heat 2A. Tell you what, Alex the Duke was having a great run there at 2A. He's probably the one most disappointed with that stoppage because the car was running really good. Or Alex at that 88. Minutes, 56 seconds from the start, 3:56 away. Rerun of heat 2A, Formula R. After this will be 2B, and I can already see over to the pit area that the cranes have got the boats in the water for heat 2B. And it'll be H350 qualifiers 2A, 2B, 2C, and 2D. And then we'll end the day with the Grand Prix qualifiers 2A. Thank you so much for everybody that's come out today. We got a good day of racing left for you, 7 more heats to go, so give us a couple hours and we'll be done today. Thank you so much for coming out. Day number 1 of 2. Beautiful racing conditions here at the Niagara River. Do it all again tomorrow. Starts bright and early at 10 a.m. Our first heat of the day tomorrow will be Grand Prix qualifier 3A. You want to make sure you come out early tomorrow at 10 a.m. First boats on the water will be Grand Prix 3A. 2:55 from the start. Looks like we're down to 4. We're supposed to start with 6 boats in this qualifier. Looks like unfortunately we're down to 4. Hey, Alex Brown, she's really come a long way. He was right on it at the start of that first run of 2A. Nailed the start. She was right there when the clock hit 0. 2 minutes and 22 seconds away. Bentley Shea has really impressed me as he comes across start finish line at 21 Supernova. He's had a great 2026. He has grown every single race. Chambers back in the middle of May. And here in North Tonawanda, beginning of August, he's had a great 2026. But on the inside of Alex Duke, the 88, the red boat down to the turn number 1. He's fouled up by Lucas De Roche. And the 104 D-Rock Racing. All 4 boats are on the water, ready to go for 2A. 1:45 from the start. 1:45 away. Here goes Alice Cruz, young lady out of Valleyfield. I believe she's 15 or 16 years of age. She's doing a great job learning how to drive that boat. Many years in both the H350 class and the Grand Prix class. So Yannick has had Benjamin grow up around the sport. And Ben has done a good job here to see him driving. 50 seconds from the start. Formula R qualifier 2A. Lane number 1 will be the 88. Alex Duke. Inside the red boat, the yellow trim will be inside lane number 1. Lane number 2 with the pink and white boat. Alex Garage should be in lane number 2. The 21, orange and green, Supernova, Legend will be in 3. And then on the outside will be all green boat, the D-Rock Racing, Lucas De Roche, who has got to get going. He's back there a little ways, over 10 seconds from the start. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark, I don't know, Alice, but it jumped at that time. He was a little bit guys should be okay. As Lucas Desrosiers is down on power back here in fourth position. So watch for the two boats coming around the outside as Alice Caron leads them into turn number 1. We'll wait and see if there's any gun jumpers. It was really close. Right now, it's Alice Caron leading off the exit of turn number 1 by a full tail. Over to 88 of Alice Duke and the 21 of Benjamin J. Getting perfect and visually clean start. So Alice Caron, the young lady, is your leader. Down into turn number 2. She's got to get word from her spotter. That was a clean start for her. So she can dictate the race course. She comes through turn number 2. Out of Valleyfield, Quebec, Alice Caron in the 13. Green is your leader, but here comes her challenger on the outside. Benjamin Leger in the 21 Supernova. Caron running in second, making up a lot of ground on Alice as we head down here to turn number 1 on lap number 2. Alice Caron in the Lucky 13 is your leader. Benjamin Leger is right there on her outside, running in second. And out to Duke back in third. So the top 3 within a roost tail of each other as they head down the backstretch. I think Alice just got word that, hey, I'm leading this thing. I'm going to try hard as they head down here to turn number 2. So Alice leads, but here comes Ben on her outside, and Benjamin Leger goes right on by. Benjamin Leger now takes over the lead as they head down into turn number 2 here on lap 2. Leger won his qualifier earlier today. We're going to go 2 for 2 on the weekend. He'll come around and complete lap number 2. So 2 down and 3 to go in the 21. The Supernova is your leader. Alice Caron back to second, having the best race of her life right now. Currently in second position. Alice running in third, and Lucas Desrosiers out with the mechanical issue in that 104 back in fourth position as they head through the bottom end of the race course. Benjamin Leger and Alice Caron 1-2 as they come up the exit of 1 here on lap 3. So halfway through for Ben. Young driver out of Valleyfield, Quebec. Probably impressed to be the most out of anybody here in 2026. Even your candidate definitely in that 21 Supernova. He'll come up the exit for the turn number 2, complete lap number 3. 3 down and 1 to go. Alice Caron going to hold on in second. She's got to hold off. Alice running back here in third. Lucas Desrosiers is going to lap down. Mechanical issues unfortunately for that 104 team as Lucas is way off the pace here in qualifier 2A. But down the backstretch here on lap 4 as we work lap 405 is Benjamin Leger, the 21 Supernova. Your leader down on the turn number 2, taking his time. He's got a nice comfortable advantage. He's really slow down here in turn number 2, not pushing him really hard. I'm sure he got word from his spotter. He's letting a nice comfortable advantage to go around the white flag. So one more lap around. Benjamin Leger in the 21 Supernova. Alice Caron running in second. Lucky 13. Great job. Alice has had really good starts. She's up a little bit early on that one. Somehow she comes behind. Not really a gun jump. Second position. Supernova leads to come off the exit of turn number 1. Benjamin Leger down the backstretch. 2-3 cruise tail advantage for time of Alice Caron. Back in second. 2 down in the turn number 2 here on lap 5 and 5. Benjamin Leger is going to be able to turn number 2. Had a great day so far from the 21 Supernova team. Your unofficial winner of Heat 2A, Benjamin Leger in the Supernova. Great run for Alice Caron. How about this? Second place finish for the 13. Great run by that young lady out of Valleyfield. And third, we go to Alice Leger in the 88. Unfortunately for the 104, Lucas Desrosiers, he'll come around and get the 5th place, but unfortunately, 4th place, but unfortunately, he's going to lap down. So not get coming up next, coming up next. That'll be followed by H350, 2A, 2B, 2C, and 2D. I can already see our first heat of H350s being lowered ready to go with them. We should be ready to knock these out a little bit. Tight pit conditions here in North Tonawanda, so it does take us a little bit in between the heats to get the boats in and out of the water. This is the tightest pit that we have here with the 2 docks. Makes it difficult to get boats in and boats out. So our crane guys do a good job. It just takes a little bit longer here than anywhere else that we do race to get boats in and out of the water. So that's why you see some of the delays in between. All right, we'll get these boats back to the pit area, and up next will be Heat 2B Formula R. Saturday. So conditions a little bit rough out there right now, but nothing that we haven't raced before here in Tonawanda. So keep going, try to push through these remaining 6 races that we have for you today, including this one. This is 2B, Formula R, will be followed up by H350, 2A, 2B, 2C, and 2D, and Grand Prix Hydroplane to end the day. Grand Prix 2A, 4-motor qualifier. 3:42 from the start, out of the pit area, the 86, JPBA, the 50 of Aiden Zombie, the red white boat, the 91 of Remy Bolden, 113 of Marcel Desperate, and the 817 Francis Mauvais. Max Racing. Those are the 5 boats that make the call. 3:14 from the start. Formula R, Heat 2B. 2 minutes, 44 seconds, 2:44 from the start. Formula R qualifier 2B. All 5 sets to go. We're out. And they call from the start. Good news is I look over towards the pit area. We are loaded in our H350s for their second and final round of qualification today. Yeah, we got 17 H350s here this weekend. We're going to qualification points. 5, and 3. And then we'll end the day with a 4-motor GP qualifier E2A. Just a reminder, we'll do all this again tomorrow starting at 10 a.m. Hopefully the weather and Mother Nature will cooperate with us so we can get in a full day of racing. Our goal is to start right at 10 a.m. with the Grand Prix qualifier 3A tomorrow. The weather looks like it's going to work. We are going to run. If it's not raining too hard, we can run in the rain as long as it is not downpouring or blowing very hard. We can run. Hopefully that will be the case tomorrow. I know everybody's a little bit worried about the weather, but our plan is to run tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Francis Mauvais and the 817 coming by. 4-Max Racing. They were on a tear early on. They won the final at Valleyfield, and then post-race inspection found them to be not in compliance. Unfortunately for them, so they were disqualified from that weekend, and that sent them way down the points ladder. They were currently in first. I think right now they're about in 5th or 6th. So they lost an entire weekend of racing. Disqualified. 45 seconds from the start. Formula R E2B inside lane number 1 to the 86 JPBA. 2 is outside the 817 for Max Racing and Francis Mauvais. Lane number 3 being Remy Bolden in the 91 Karma Racing. Lane 4 will be the 50 of Aiden Sophie on the outside of Marcel Desperate and the 113 another one. 22 seconds from the start. Formula R Heat 2B. They make their way around the rump just a little bit early. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 3, 2, 1. Mark, looks like a good start. JPBA will lead them across our finish line at 86. Watch out, all things out of the end down here. Everybody got to hold their lane all the way through the apex. And JPBA in the 86 is your leader from lane number 1. He's got company right there to his outside. That's the 817 4-Max Racing and Francis Mauvais. They head down the back stretch here on lap number 105. The 817 4-Max Racing with the lead. JPBA looking at the way up on the outside. Marcel Desperate and the 113, another one. Out in lane number 5, really throwing it hard down here to turn number 2. So all 5 boats within a count of half of each other as they come to the apex of 2. Come around and complete lap number 1. So that's the 4-Max Racing, the 817 is your leader. JPBA runs in second, 86 It's the 817, and Francis Suave with the lead. JPGA having a great run back in second. Good to see that 86 boat running up with the leaders here in qualifier 2B. He's got company of his outside. Marcel Desmond way outside of leader 5 and 8, and Samedi is stuck in the middle. There's a boat in between the 113 and the 86, and it's 8 and Samedi in the 50. And they run down here to turn number 2, on lap number 2. Francis Suave in the 817. He was off the pace of the qualifier early. They have been pretty good here in the second qualifier. He'll be lap number 2. 2 down, 3 to go. Suave Reed, here comes Marcel Desmond on the outside. The 113 making up a lot of ground. Lane number 5. That 113 is the fast one. Gets out of the turn number 1 here on lap number 3. So Descoteau holds on to second position. Look at Aiden Sovey. Great turn for Aiden that time, trying to get out of the middle. He is stuck in between the 113 and the 86. That time he had a great turn through the apex. He's made up a lot of ground. So the battle is for second position as the 817 Fort Racing is checked out. Right now it's Descoteau on the outside, the 113 Aiden Sovey in the middle. JPGA down to the 3 row. They come around and complete lap number 3. So 3 down, 2 to go. Here's Lamar, qualifier 16. Running back in fourth position in 5th is the 91. Your leader is still Francis Suave, the 817. Now the backstretch is by half a second, but the battle is still for second with the 113 on the outside and the 50 on the inside. So Desmond on the outside of 8 and serving back and forth. These two all race long, side by side, battling out for second. White flag being displayed on race course, 4 down, 1 to go. Francis Suave is the leader in the format. Get it fired up, Remy. Get it across. You got some time. He's got to finish within a minute of the leader. Can he get it fired up? Come on, Remy. Crank it over. Get it across the line and get those points. And Remy Bowman will do it. Yeah, congratulations, Remy. Every point matters for the season-long standing. So Remy will get the points. Up next, we'll step it up. We'll go H350 Racing. H350s on the race course next. All right, H350 qualifier 2A making their way out of the race course. Should have 5 of them make the call here for 2A. H350's 350 cubic inch motors. Speeds upwards of 120 to 125 miles an hour. Probably see them top out around 110 or 115 here on this course. North Tonawanda. All 5 are out of the pit area for their second round of qualification heats. Just a reminder, we got 5 heats left for you today. 2A, 2B, 2C, and 2D for H350. And then we'll end today with Grand Prix qualifier 2A. All 5 boats out on the race course. We'll introduce them to you when they come by for the first time. The first boat through turn number 2 right now, coming down the start finish line. That's the 48 yellow boat. Donald Ledoux in the cannonball. He's followed up on his inside by Mark McCompton, the 104 in the unit racing. It's the H8, the last minute again. Bert Henderson out of Brockville. He drives for the Billhauer family out of Ogdensburg, New York. 23, the yellow torpedo, Francisco Day. And he's followed up by your leader in points coming into the weekend, the 225, Nick Bruce. And the Bruce Motorsports. Those are the 5 that have made the call for H350 qualifier 2A. We are 3 minutes and 5 seconds to the start. 3:05 away, H350 qualifier. Just a reminder, we'll do all this again tomorrow, starting right at 10 a.m. Grand Prix qualifier 3A will start the day. Then we'll get into the third and final qualification heats for everybody else. We'll run GP qualifier 4A, and then we'll get into the semifinals and the finals. So tomorrow should be a short, compact day of racing. As long as Mother Nature holds out and lets us get racing in. Talk to the people from around here. There is a window tomorrow for us to race, so we will be able to do so. It's a beautiful day of racing here today on the Saturday edition, day 1 of 2 of Thunder on the Niagara. Here in beautiful Tonawanda, New York. Always enjoy coming up here from my home state of Maryland. Cambridge, Maryland. Come up here to call the races each and every year. Follow the Hydroplane Racing League circuit around into Canada and the United States, and I enjoy being able to do this on the weekends. We are 1 minute and 45 seconds from the start, 145 away. H350 qualifier 2A. After this, we'll go back to back to back with H350 qualifiers, and then we'll end today with Grand Prix qualifier 2A. For our friends that are tuning in to the HRL live stream, welcome. Come at a good time. It's time for, in my opinion, the most competitive inboard hydroplane class there is, the H350s. 17 of them here this weekend. 7 make the final. 17 down to 7 by tomorrow afternoon at this time. We are 105 from the start, 105 away. Everybody's starting to get lined up down here to turn number 1, 50 seconds from the start. Once again, just like the other class here in the second round of qualifiers, the faster boats will be on the outside. Give an opportunity for the guys that need to pick up some points in the standings on the inside. Lane number 1 will be the 104, the Union Racing, Mark McCopp, the all blue boat. Lane number 2 will be the H8 last minute again. Bert Henderson, the blue, light blue and white boat. Lane 3 will be the yellow and white, 23. Yellow torpedo, Francisco Day. On his outside with the all yellow 48 Cannonball, Donald Ledoux. And way up on the outside, the green and gray 225 Nicholas Roos. For 10 seconds from the start. They're up a little early. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark, I don't know. We might have had everybody over. We'll wait and see. Wait for the officials, but there are definitely gun jumpers in this one as they'll head down here to turn number 1 Francis Cote is your leader on the water with Bert Henderson running in second. Mark Lecomte on the inside, so it's Henderson and Cote side by side down the backstretch. We'll wait for the official to tell us who jumped the start, if anybody, but it looked to me like there was a couple. Henderson leads with Cote on his outside down here in the turn number 2. Bert Henderson in the H8 last minute again. Every time of Francis Cote to come around and complete lap number 1. So unofficially it's the H8 last minute again. Leading over top of Francis Cote, running in second. Third place is the 225, fourth the 104, and fifth is the 48. We head down here in the turn number 1 on lap number 2. It's Bert Henderson in the H8, the last minute again, your leader. He's still got Francis Cote right there on his outside, and look at Nick Roos. Roos has gotten to the inside of the 48 and has made up a lot of ground. Back in second position, Nick Roos is flying in the 225. Still waiting to see if the gun jumpers are. They're still looking at the videotape, so let's just go back and see Bert Henderson is your leader. But look at Nick Roos drive the wheels off the 225s. He's gotten to the buoy room from lane number 5. 2 down and 3 to go. Bert Henderson in the H8 last minute again, still your leader. Nicholas Roos runs in second. The third is Francis Cote. Fourth is the 104, and fifth is the 48. And down in the turn number 1 here on lap number 3. It's still Henderson leading with Nick Roos running really hard. Nobody's gotten the official word yet who's jumped the gun, so everybody's still pushing. The H8 last minute again is your leader as we're halfway through. The 225 runs in second is Nick Roos. Third is Francis Cote running in third. The 104 running in fourth. And the 48 runs in fifth. It's still Henderson on the outside. And Nick Roos on the inside, coming around a complete lap number 3. 3 down. To go here in H50 qualifier. Heat 2A. Henderson and Roos out side by side for the lead down there in turn number 1. Henderson on the outside and Roos on the inside. Your leaders came back to turn number 1 as they come up the exit pin here on lap number 4. We're working lap 4. We did have 3 jump to start, the 23, the 48, and the 225. So Bert Henderson is your leader on the water. As you can see, Nick Roos backed way out of it because he just got word that he jumped the start, but Bert Henderson was legal, so he'll come around and be the white flag this time by. So 4 down and 1 to go for Bert Henderson in the H8 last minute again. 225 comes across in second, but we know he jumped the start. The 23 also jumped the start. The 48 jumped the start, so your second place vote is the 104. But how about Bert Henderson? Great start for the H8 last minute again. And he sets sail down the backstretch. He's gotten word now that everybody behind him jumped the start, so he can just take it easy and come around for the 25 points. As they go down here into turn number 2 here on the 5th and final lap. Checker flag will fly this time by. And unofficially, it'll be Bert Henderson, your winner of Heat 2A. Second place, unofficially, will be the 225 Nick Roos. Third will be Francis Cote. Fourth will be Donald Leduc. And fifth will be Mark Lecomte in the 104, the Unit Racing. Start is still under review, we do know. And the 23, the 225, and the 48 did jump the start. Unofficially, the word is that H8 last minute again, and Bert Henderson was legal. But they're still looking at the video because it's close. So once we get the official ruling, we will let you know. But right now, unofficially, the H8 last minute again. Bert Henderson, your winner of Heat 2A. All right, so we just did get officially that what I called was correct. Bert Henderson is officially your winner of Heat 2A. The 104 Mark Lecomte gets second position And the 23, the 225, and the 48 all jump the start. Up next, Heat 2B. 2B coming up next. three of them out, just waiting on a 306. Tommy Shannon, the all-teal boat, making his way out on to the race course. Or nope, going back towards, nope. There he comes. Then to find his way out of the pit area. 4 minutes to the start, heat 2B, H350. We're getting down to it now, ladies and gentlemen, that are along the shoreline here. 2B, 2C, 2D coming up for you at H350, and then we will end the day with Grand Prix Qualifier 2A. We thank you all for coming out today. Beautiful day here in North Tonawanda, racing on the Niagara River. Our boats are already being lowered in for Heat 2C. I can see them being lowered in right now. First boat across our finish line to 600, Joe Less. To his inside, that is Eddie Camfouche driving the 999, the Black Beast this weekend, also out of Grand Island. So your two Grand Island guys will be right side by side here in 2B. Here's the 14 of Frederick Coutier. Fred was your 2024 High Point champion in the Hydroplane Racing League. And here's Tommy Shannon. Tommy started off the year really strong in the 306 Dog Nasty. Looking to get back to those winning ways as he won the Cambridge, Maryland event. Did really well in Sorrel. Rockville had a couple issues, but looking to get back to those winning ways. Currently sitting in second place in the National High Point standings for the Hydroplane Racing League. We are 2 minutes and 37 seconds from the start, 2:37 away. Once again, this is the 5-minute warm-up period. Boats come out on the race course, do a couple warm-up laps, a few timing runs. You can see Joe Less doing a timing run right now off the exit of turn number 2. Eddie Camfouche right behind him. I think this will be the first time Eddie's going to have an inside lane. He won a qualifier earlier today in H350 from lane number 3. Eddie has stepped up. He took over the behind the wheel of the 999 in Valleyfield. Eric McKenna, unfortunately for Eric, he tore his Achilles tendon a couple days before the opening race of the season, and he's unable to drive here in 2026. So Eddie Camfouche, proven winner, has gotten behind the wheel in that 999. He's done a really good job only in his second weekend. Got a victory in the earlier qualifier. We'll see if he can duplicate that now from an inside lane. So all 4 boats out on the race course, 1:30 from the start. H350 qualifier 2B. 1:17 from the start. Our friends watching on the live stream, welcome in. I know we've got a wind delay out in Seattle for those that are watching. I know that the outboard racing review has been delayed due to high winds, so if you're streaming with us, we appreciate you tuning in to us here in North Tonawanda. It's a beautiful day for racing here on the Niagara River as we're 45 seconds to the start. We'll get them lined up for you. In lane number 1 will be the 999, the Black Beast, driven by Eddie Camfouche out of Grand Island, New York. Right to his outside will be the Cessna's 12 and Joe Less. The 600 also out of Grand Island, New York. The 14 of Frederick Coutier. And the Legacy 1 out of Valleyfield, Quebec. And way up on the outside will be the 306, the Teal Boat, the Dog Nasty, driven by Tommy Shannon out of Valleyfield. We are 20 seconds to the start. H350 qualifier 2B. Boats all in a pretty good spot here. Camfouche, Less, Coutier, and Shannon as we are 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. Wow, another tight start. We'll have to wait and see as these 350 guys are really pushing it coming down here to the start. Frederick Coutier will lead him through the apex of turn number 1, but Eddie Camfouche used that inside lane to his advantage, and Eddie in the 999, the Black Beast will have the advantage off the exit of 1. But right to his outside, we have the 14 and the 306. We just got word that the 14 jumped the start, so Frederick Coutier was a little bit early. Eddie Camfouche is legal, so they'll come through the apex of turn number 2. And Eddie is your leader off the exit pin. So Camfouche leads. Give him a full rooster tail advantage over top of Tommy Shannon. Frederick should back out of it just a little bit as he's got to get word that he jumped the start. So Eddie with another nice beginning here in the 999. The Black Beast leads him here on lap number 2. So Camfouche leads. QTA runs in second. Shannon runs in third. Joe Les runs in fourth. But down the backstretch, the 999 Black Beast and Eddie Camfouche running really well. Caught a 2 full Rooster Tail advantage. Tommy Shannon has got the boat to his inside. Frederick QTA jumped the start. We'll see if Fred gets word from his spotter. Then he jumped the start and he backs out of it because that is doing a detriment to Tommy, trying to make up ground on Eddie, but he'll come around and complete lap number 2. 2 down, 3 to go. Camfouche is your leader. QTA runs in second. Tommy Shannon runs in third. Fourth is Joe Les. As we work lap number 3 of 5, and Eddie Camfouche in the 999, the Black Beast, having a nice run off the exit of turn number 1. Two full Rooster Tail advantage now over top of Tommy Shannon, running back in second. So halfway through qualifier 2B, and it's all Eddie Camfouche in the 999, the Black Beast down here into turn number 2. Nice comfortable advantage. He'll bring the 999 through the apex of turn number 2 to come around and complete lap number 3. So 3 down, 2 to go. Tommy Shannon's gone to the buoy row. The 306 Dog Nasty is taking it from the outside and put the 306 on the buoys, trying to make up ground. Hopefully his spotter has let him know he's already got second place wrapped up, so he doesn't have to really push it too hard. Running back in second currently here on lap number 4. So Camfouche through turn number 1. Set sail down the backstretch. You see Shannon has moved up on the inside of Frederick Coutier. Fred's got word, hopefully, that he jumped the start. So Tommy's not really racing Fred right now, but it's a good battle for second position. We're down into turn number 2 here on lap number 4 of 5. It's all Eddie Camfouche in the 999, the Black Beast. It'll be the white flag this time by. So one more lap around for Eddie Camfouche to go a perfect 2 for 2 on the day. In the 999 Black Beast, Tommy Shannon running in second position. Frederick Coutier back to third. Joe Les in fourth. So through turn number 1 here on the 5th and final lap. Camfouche has got to hold off Tommy Shannon for about 3/4 of a lap as he heads down into turn number 2 here on the 5th and final lap. Tommy Shannon has gone up in front of Frederick Coutier for second position, but down into turn number 2 here on the 5th and final lap. It'll be the final turn in the final lap, and Eddie Camfouche, the 999, the Black Beast out of Grand Isle, New York, your unofficial winner of Heat 2B. Second place, Tommy Shannon. Third on the water, we go to Frederick Coutier. We know he'll be assessed the penalty for jumping the start. Joe Les will come around and get third place points. So once again, Eddie Camfouche 2 for 2 in Formula F and 2 for 2 in H350. A good weekend for Eddie so far. Your unofficial winner of Heat 2B. Coming up next, 2C, followed by 2D, and then Grand Prix 2A, and that'll put a bow on the Saturday edition of the 2026 Thunder on the Niagara. So 3 more heats for you today. 3 more heats coming up. 2C H350 is in the water, ready to go. We just got to get our driver strapped in and we'll be good to go for Heat 2C. All right, H350 qualifier 2C be making their way out onto the race course. Looks like we got 4 of them making their way out. As they come around for the first time, we'll introduce them to you. Qualifier 2C H350s on the race course here at North Tonawanda. Yes. Making their way out for their second qualifier of the weekend. Points have been shaken up in the H350 class here today. The gun jumpers in the first heat. Overall point standings have been shaken up. There's a 25-point advantage for Nick Bruce coming into the weekend, but that is all but evaporated after 2A. First boat coming around in the start-finish line is the 751 Lolo Racing and Mark Lalonde. They have lane number 1 here in qualifier 2C. He's followed up by Miguel Lamouf in the 155, the Zoomerang. He'll be in lane number 2. The boat on the outside, that's the H2, the boat out of Beauharnois, Quebec. That's the Jacob Haynu in the Novo Racing. He's followed up by the 773 of Martin Rochon in the RTX Racing out of Valleyfield, Quebec. So all 4 boats have made the call. Everybody's checked in. They're all ready to go. 3 minutes, 7 seconds to the start. H350 qualifier 2C. Here at the 2026 Thunder on the Niagara. Including this heat, we got 3 more left for you today. 2C, 2D, and then Grand Prix 2A. That'll end the day with our 4-boat Grand Prix qualifier heat 2A coming up here in just a few minutes. 2 minutes, 38 seconds to the start, 2:38 away. H350 qualifier 2C. As I said, 17 H350s here for you this weekend. Most competitive class in inboard hydroplane racing. 17 boats have started the weekend. We'll make it down to 7 tomorrow afternoon at this time for their 7-boat final. So everybody trying to qualify for that final later on tomorrow afternoon. We'll run 1 more qualifier tomorrow. The top point getter, who would be right now Eddie Campush, will directly make it to the final. Everybody else will have to go through the semifinals. We'll take the next 12 on the ladder, break it up into 6-boat semifinals. The top 3 out of those semifinals will make it into the final. 1 minute, 48 seconds from the start, 1:48 away. H350 qualifier 2C. Is on the water now. Everybody in a pretty good spot, 1:35 from the start. By this point, they've all done their warm-up laps and got their timing marked, so they should be good to go. Come around and get ready for the start of the race. As we said earlier in the day, if you weren't with us, the ultimate goal is to be right here at the start-finish line when that clock hits 0. We're 1:16 from that mark. Michael Lamouf just come by. Here's Martin Rochon and Jacob Haynu. Jacob Haynu's having a tremendous season. His first full-time season in H350, currently sitting in 3rd place in points coming into today. So really a good season so far for Jacob and then H2 to Novo Racing. 45 seconds for the start. We'll get them lined up for you. Lane number 1 will be the purple and white boat, the 751 of Mark Lalonde, who'll have the inside. Lane number 2 will be the 155, the orange and white of Miguel Lamouf in the Zoomerang. Lane number 3 will be the blue and chartreuse yellow 773 of Martin Rochon. And on the outside, the blue with the red and white checkerboard Cali, the H2 Novo Racing and Jacob Haynu. We're 20 seconds from the start. H350 qualifier 2C. Everybody looks like they're in a pretty good spot. So we're 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. We'll call that a clean start. Martin Rochon will lead him across start-finish line in the 773. Everybody heads down here into turn number 1. Everybody got to hold their lane all the way through the apex. You cannot move over until you complete turn number 1. And it's Mark Lalonde with a great turn from the inside. And Lalonde is your leader. The 751 down the backstretch. He's got company right there on his outside, though. It's a 773 of Martin Rochon running right on his outside, hidden in that white water as they head down here to turn number 2. 751 and Mark Lalonde is your leader. Martin Rochon's right there on his outside. Jacob Haynu out and about lane number 4. They'll come around and complete lap number 1. It'll be 1 down, 4 to go here in H350 qualifier 2C. It is Mark Lalonde, your leader. Martin Rochon runs in second. Jacob Haynu making up a little bit of ground, currently in third position as they head down here into turn number 1. So Lalonde breeze over top of Rochon, Haynu, and LeBouf running back in third and fourth. But off the exit of turn number 1 is the 751. Mark Lalonde will call it a rooster tail advantage over top. Martin Rochon running in second. Jacob Haynu on the outside. Michael LeBouf running third and fourth down here into turn number 2. It's the 751 of Mark Lalonde. Nice advantage. We'll call it a full rooster tail over top of Martin Rochon and come around and complete lap number 2. 2 down, 3 to go here in Hydro 350 qualifier 3C, or 2C, excuse me. So Lalonde leads. Rochon runs in second. Haynu running in third. Michael LeBouf running in fourth. As we work lap number 3 of 5, is Mark Lalonde, your leader in the Lotto Racing. Rochon still runs in second. Battle is for third between Haynu on the outside and LeBouf on the inside. The 2 young drivers out of Hornwatt and Valleyfield respectively running side by side for third. So halfway through qualifier 2C, and it's Mark Lalonde, your leader. Martin Rochon still running in second. Michael LeBouf has moved up on the inside of Haynu for third. So 3 down, 2 to go. And it's Mark Lalonde in the 751. Martin Rochon still runs in second. Michael LeBouf has moved up on the inside of Jacob Haynu for third. LeBouf will take over third. Haynu back to fourth here as we work lap number 4. That's Mark Lalonde, man. What a great run for him as he's checked out on top of Martin Rochon running back in second. Lalonde by 2 full rooster tails now, almost half a straightaway over top of Martin Rochon running back in second. Michael LeBouf still in third. And Jacob Haynu having to run the long way around is outside in fourth position. So white flag being displayed on the race course. 1 more lap around for Mark Lalonde to pick up another victory here in North Tonawanda. Rochon still running in second. The battle still up between the 2 and the 155. Haynu on the outside. LeBouf on the inside, battling out for that third place. Remember, every point matters, not only in the season-long championship battle, but here this weekend to try to make it into a good spot in that semifinal. So Haynu going to push hard to try to stay in third position and get those points. But down into turn number 2, it's still Mark Lalonde, as Lalonde has led from the get-go here. Had a great start just on the inside of Rochon. Looks like Rochon is off the pace a little bit, as the 2 boats in third and fourth are making up a lot of ground. But your winner of 2C, we go to Mark Lalonde, who's going to end up in second. As Rochon's on the inside, and it'll be Martin Rochon. I thought Mark might have had a little bit of issue, but he will hold on to second. Jacob Haynu will get third. Oh, LeBouf down on power right off the exit of 2. Had a great run going, did Michael LeBouf. He still has time if he can get it fired up and get across start finish. We'll see. You don't want to pop that lid too early if he's trying to get it fired back up. He can still get fourth place. Wow, there he pops the lid. Unfortunately, that'll be a did not finish, about 100 yards away for LeBouf in the 155. Once you pop that lid, that means you're out of it. And unfortunately for LeBouf, he's popped the lid and shut down the 155 here in 2C. All right, coming up next, our final qualifier for the H350s, H350 qualifier 2D. Coming up next, I can see the 519 right now being lowered into the water, so as soon as Kent Henderson gets strapped in, we should be good to go with that 2D qualifier coming up next, followed by Grand Prix qualifier 2A. So 2 more races left for you this afternoon. It's been a beautiful day so far. Stick around for us. 2 more heats to go here at day number 1 of 2 for the 2026 Thunder on the Niagara. 2D coming up next.
Love hockey? Check out bet99.net.
All right, 5-minute gun for Heat 2D. Has sounded, so 2D making their way out onto the race course. Final qualifier of the day for the H350s making their way out. They'll be followed up by Grand Prix qualifier 2A to end the day. So 2 more heats left for you today here at the Saturday edition of the Thunder on the Niagara. Thank you so much for coming out. It's a beautiful day for racing. 2 more to go. Should have 4 of them make the call here for Heat 2D. Three of the 4 are out of the pit area, just waiting on Tom Huganier's return to the 300 to make his way out. He was unable to go in the qualifier due to the starter. It looks like he's made his way out. He comes through turn number 2. First boat off the exit at 2, that is the 519, the bank on it, Kent Henderson out of Brockville, Ontario. On his way outside, there he is, returned to racing for the first time in 8 years. Tom Huganier in the 300 of Pennzoil. Tom drove a lot in the 2.5 liter stock in the Formula 2500 class. Get a chance to drive his father, John Huganier's boat, the 300. Here goes Matthew Brown in the 74 across our finish line. Waiting on Danny Leger in the 666. Looks like he's sitting at the dock right now in the Carpet Tech. We'll see if the 666 can make his way out of the pit area. It looks like he's going the wrong way, back towards the dock, unfortunately. Still got plenty of time. 2 minutes and 32 seconds to the start. Danny can get it fired up and out on the race course. He's still got time to come around and get checked in. .215 from the start. 2:15. Again, the return of Tom Huganier has probably been the story coming into this weekend. He's been out of boat racing for 8 years, went off and did his thing, and came back to Valleyfield this season, the first time I've seen him in a long time. Did his dunk test in Valleyfield, and he's a legal driver ready to go in that H300. Boat normally driven by Andrew Tate. Andrew, of course, is out in Seattle, Washington at the H1 Unlimited event. Driving the 91 BWR Racing out there, so Tom Huganier drive for his dad this weekend in the 300. 1:30 from the start. Just got word from the pit area, the 666 is going to be a scratch, so unfortunately Dan Leger not able to go, so we'll be down to 3 boats here in qualifier 2D. And I tell you, with everything that's going on today, the points have really been shaken up in the H350 class. Danny Leger was 4th in points coming into today, and I might have to go look at the HRL app after this to determine where everybody lays out. We got a penalty to Nick Roos earlier, cost him a bunch of points. Tommy Shannon gets a win, or gets a 2nd place earlier. So the points have been shaken up today. It was 25-point advantage coming into the weekend. I think it's going to be down to 4 for Nick Roos over top of Tommy Shannon. But 36 seconds to the start, qualifier 2D. It'll be a 3-boat qualifier here, with Danny Leger unfortunately not able to make it out of the pit area. If you do look over to our pit area prior to this race getting underway, you can see our Grand Prix boats, the 101 of G-Slam RQ, is being lowered in, so we should be ready to go as soon as this heat's over. 15 seconds from the start. Matthew Brown will be in lane 1. Kent Henderson will be in 2, and Tom Huganier will be on the outside in lane number 3 as we are 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. I think we might have a couple over. We'll have to wait and see. But Tom Huganier got there a little bit early. We'll wait and see from the officials as they head down here into turn number 1. And it's Matthew Brown on the inside with Kent Henderson right to his outside. All 3 boats within a roost of each other as they head down the back stretch. We'll wait for the official word of the gun jumpers. And right now it's the 74 Matthew Brown over top of Kent Henderson running back in 2nd. So we had 2 gun jumpers, the 300 and the 74 jump the start. So the only legal boat is Kent Henderson. So Kent's got an opportunity here. Just take it easy and he'll get the 25 points. So on the water, it's the 74 Matthew Brown, your leader, with Kent Henderson running in 2nd and Tom Huganier running in 3rd. So hopefully the spotters have let everybody know that the 74 and the 300 jumped the start. So the only legal boat out there is the 519. Kent Henderson doesn't have to push hard. All he's got to do is go around 5 times and he'll get the 25 points. But down into turn number 2 here on lap 2 of 5, it's Matthew Brown. He's going to be disappointed with himself there. He had a good lane and a great start just a little bit early. He had held off just a little bit. He'd have been able to hold on to this lead, I think. So 2 down, 3 to go. Brown leads. Henderson runs in 2nd. Tom Huganier getting used to that 300. Giant walks it across start-finish line. As they head down here into turn 1 on lap 3. Matthew Brown of the 74 is your leader on the water, but we know he's going to be assessed a penalty for jumping the gun. So Kent Henderson has got to take it nice and easy. Bring that 500 around a couple more times, and he'll get the 25 points in the victory here in 2D. So Brown leads. Henderson runs in 2nd. Huganier runs in 3rd as they complete lap 3. 3 down, 2 to go. Henderson comes across in 2nd. Huganier coming across as Tommy is getting used to that 300. Got that to start a little bit early. Now he's just trying to figure out how this thing drives around the race course. So down the backstretch, 3.5 in, 1.5 to go for the 74 and Matthew Brown. Ken Henderson and Tom Huganier. So everybody pretty evenly spread out. Unfortunately, with the 2 gun jumpers at the start, this is pretty much predetermined as long as Kent can bring it around one more time. So 4 down, 1 to go for Kent Henderson in the 519, the bank on it. He comes across start-finish line. Tom Huganier back behind him. Just watch Tom fly that right spots on that 300 every time he goes down to the corner. Through turn number 1, it's Matthew Brown, half a lap away. Kent Henderson and Tom Huganier. So through turn number 2 here on the lap, number 5 of 5. Matthew Brown will bring the 74 through the apex of turn number 2. He'll come across our finish line, but we know he's going to be assessed a penalty. So your winner of Heat 2D off the exit of 2 would be the 519, the bank on it, Kent Henderson, your winner of Heat 2D. Matthew Brown will end up in 2nd, and Tom Huganier will end up in 3rd in the 300. Black flag being displayed on the race course. We'll bring them back to the pit area. We got our Grand Prix Hydros going in the water now. One more heat to go for you today. It's Grand Prix Qualifier 2A. It'll be the 71 of Bert Henderson, the 101 of G. Slay Marcu, the 757 of Kent Henderson, and the 50 of Ken Brody. There'll be the 4 boats for Grand Prix Qualifier 2A, our final heat of the day. Coming up for you in just a few minutes. Got to get Kent out of the 519 and into the 757, and we'll be ready to go with Grand Prix Qualifier 2A coming up in a few minutes. All right, 5-minute gun has sounded for our final heat of the day. Grand Prix qualifier 2A. Should have 4 of them make the call for the final heat of Saturday, day number 1 of 2 here at the 2026 Thunder on the Niagara Grand Prix Hydros making their way out. Looking for 4 boats to make the call. And as we speak, all 4 are making their way out of the pit area. Running the round robin format here this weekend with only 5 boats here. Everybody will run 3 qualifiers. A couple of them will get 2 in today. Like Kent and Bert will get 2 qualifiers in today. The other guys will get 2 qualifiers in tomorrow. But you'll have an opportunity. Everybody will run 3 times prior to that 5-boat final tomorrow afternoon. First boat, the 101 Ghislain Marcoux, had a 3rd fastest qualifying time earlier today. Ghislain had a nice run in time trials. Boat on the inside, that is the 71, Bert Henderson. The boat to the outside, that's the 50 of Ken Brody, the Freedom, out of Grand Island, New York. And the final boat, your winner from earlier today in qualifier 1A, Ken Henderson, the 757 Canada boy. So all 4 boats have made the call. Qualifier 2A Grand Prix Hydros, 3 minutes. 3 minutes to the start. Once again, with Grand Prix out on the water, they have to take a little bit of time to warm up the motors, get the oil temps up. St. Ghislain just came on a nice timing run down here to start-finish line. Grand Prix Hydros, 468 cubic inch blown alcohol motors. They run on methanol. Speeds upwards of 160 miles an hour. We're probably seeing top out around 150 here on this short 1-mile race course on the Niagara River. Just a reminder, tomorrow morning, our first race of the day will be the Grand Prix Hydros. Their 3rd qualifier will be the first heat of the morning, scheduled to go at 10 a.m. tomorrow. So 2:09 from the start here today. Our final heat of the afternoon. Grand Prix qualifier 2A. We're 2 minutes away. Ken Henderson, driving the 757 Canada boy, came into the weekend top of the points, and he is gonna, he extended that lead earlier today with a hit victory in 1A. We'll see what he can do from lane number 3 here in qualifier 2A. Due to having that fastest time, the only guy to break 30 seconds or inside 31 seconds was Ken Henderson. So he got that lane number 1 for qualifier 1A. He's got to start up on the outside in lane 3 here for 2A. 110 from the start, 110 away as it's starting to get a little bit choppy out there with 4 Grand Prix Hydros on the race course. You can see how these guys do churn the water up. We're 1 minute from the start, 1 minute. Grand Prix qualifier 2A. It's been built all week coming into this event that Bert Henderson will be back behind the wheel of the 71 and his brother Kent in the 757. They get an opportunity to go side by side once again here in 2A. So Bert Henderson in the 71 will be in lane number 1, the wild one. Lane number 2 will be the 101 Ghislain Marcoux. Lane number 3 will be Kent Henderson in the 757 Canada boy. And on the outside, Ken Brody returning to the seat of the 50. Will be on the outside in lane number 4. 16 seconds from the start. North Tonawandet's Grand Prix qualifier 2A. And we are 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark, great start by Ghislain Marcoux. They'll lead him across into turn number 1 from lane number 2. Watch to the inside as Kent Henderson and Bert Henderson are side by side, and G. Slade's stuck in the middle there. Bert Henderson on the inside, and G. Slade Marqueux gets a great turn off the exit of turn number 1. Marqueux is your leader. Bert Henderson is second, but Kent Henderson is stuck in the white water on the outside. The 757 Canada boy is right on the outside hip of G. Slade as they head down. Oh, Bert lost the race course. And Henderson's inside the DMZ. But off the exit of 1, it is the 101 at G. Slade Marqueux. Kent Henderson runs in second. Ken Brody runs in third. Bert Henderson trying to get back on the race course. Brings the 71 back out to turn number 2 and onto the race course. But it's G. Slade Marqueux in the 101 down the backstretch. A great run for this team. Dan Mercier's got to be happy seeing his boat out in front as they head down here into turn number 2. Wow, G. Slade really took a hop in the 101. We'll come around and complete lap number 2. It'll be 2 down, 2 to go here in Grand Prix Qualifier 2-8. It's all G. Slade Marqueux. We'll call it a rooster tail and a half advantage over top of Kent Henderson running in second. Ken Brody runs in third and Bert Henderson runs in fourth. We head down here into turn number 2. Oh, Brody really had to get out of it that time. Turn 2 here on lap number 3. And it's G. Slade Marqueux off the exit pin. He'll open it up down the backstretch as we work lap number 3 here in Grand Prix Qualifier 2A. So G. Slade Marqueux getting word from his spotter that he's got a comfortable 2 roost tail advantage over top of Kent Henderson running back in second. We'll come around and complete lap number 3. White flag to the Slade. G. Slade is slow across start finish line. Let's see if Kent Henderson can chase him down. It's going to turn into a boat race as we head down here to turn number 1. Marqueux is your leader, but it sounds like he's off the pace a little bit. Here comes Kent on the outside. Henderson has an opportunity here. Kent Henderson making up a lot of ground as G. Slade is really slow, and Henderson will take the lead off the exit of 1. Kent Henderson to the Canada boy. Leads him down the backstretch, half a lap away from another 25 points and another victory for the Canada boy team. As Kent Henderson brings it through the apex of turn number 2, it'll be the checkered flag this time by. And your unofficial winner of qualifier 2A will go to Kent Henderson in the Canada boy. Second place, a good run for the Brody team. Senseless Racing to Freedom will come around and get second. Ken G. Slade Marqueux bringing. Oh, unfortunately, Dan Mercier's boat and G. Slade Marqueux are dead in the water in turn number 2. Boat was running really well there for 3 laps, and unfortunately G. Slade has shut it off in turn number 2, and that'll allow Bert Henderson to move up and take over 3rd place points in the 71, the Wild One. Man, a lot going on there in that qualifier, but G. Slade Marqueux was your leader for 3 laps. Unfortunately, looks like we have an issue on his boat, and we'll get the rescue team over to him quickly to see if they can put that fire out. He's got some smoke coming out of the headers in that GP 101 as G. Slade stands up on the boat. But unofficially, your winner of Heat 2A in Grand Prix Hydro will go to 757 and Kent Henderson. So boats make their way back to the pit area. I want to thank everybody for making it a successful Saturday here at the 2026 Thunder on the Niagara. Thank you so much for coming out today. As I said, tomorrow, if the weather cooperates, we're going to start right at 10 a.m. with Grand Prix Qualifier 3A. So we'll start today with Grand Prix, work our way through the 3rd and final qualification heats, and then we'll get into our semifinals and finals. For everybody involved here at the Thunder on the Niagara, we thank you so much for coming out. We hope we see you tomorrow. Enjoy your Saturday. Be safe. Go home safely. And we'll see you tomorrow for another action-packed day of racing here at the 2026 Thunder on the Niagara. Have a good night, and we'll see you tomorrow.